Alright. I think we're about ready to go. Welcome everybody tuning in for our second day and third stream of New World. What's up, Sanjo? Up early as hell? No, dude, I've been up since 3:30, man. I get up around 3:30, 4 o'clock every morning. Malduke, what's up, man? Saw you join the Discord as well. Welcome aboard. I already went for my walk down to the riverfront. Came back. Took my shower. I've already had toast, 3 cups of coffee. I'm about to go have a 4th. Chris is outside doing homestead stuff and gonna cook breakfast. And I'm settling in for a nice several-hour stream. Today is not only New World, today is also our World of Warcraft day. So sometime around noon, Mountain Time, I will be switching over to play World of Warcraft for 2 to 3 hours. But that'll be at the end of our New World session. I'll probably split those into 2 sessions, actually. It's about 8 o'clock right now, my time. I'm about an hour earlier than I normally start. But I was done, and I didn't want to sit here for an hour and twiddle my thumbs. So, figured I'd hop on and start my stream about an hour early today. What time do I go to bed? Early. Wilder. I go to bed, like, most nights I'm asleep by no later than 8:30. I'm usually in bed by 7:38. The issue is that our cats will get us up between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. But my alarm is set for 4, so it just kind of depends to the cats. But Chris did finish the catio last night. Completely enclosed the catio yesterday. She worked like a 12-hour day yesterday. She was still working up until we went to bed. Like, she worked up until like 15 minutes before we went to bed. But the catio is fully enclosed now on the interior part, which means tonight is going to be the first night where she is taking all the male cats and making them stay outside all night so that she can get a full night's sleep. So we'll see if we get woken up again. It's probably going to get woken up at like midnight with cats outside crying like, let us in, let us in. Why have you put us outside? It's like, you guys like to go outside. You just want to have free reign of everything, and we're not getting sleep. So we're gonna see how that works. What's up, Bubblonia? Glorfindel. All right, let me get my notebook. Where is my notebook? How did my notebook get all the way back here? Cat ate it. Dude, it is a very legitimate possibility in this house. Alright, we are at the 8-minute 30-second mark. Alright, guys. As I drop my pen. Alright. It's time for the first discussion of the day before we actually get playing today. Which is all of the people who keep coming to the YouTube videos or the streams and trying to make these ridiculous claims about PvP in this game. This game is not a PvP game. Nor has it ever been a PvP game. It has always been a PvE game with optional PvP that is completely separate and has its own thing going on. You do not have to PvP. PvP is not on by default. You don't have to participate in any PvP. Did I make that clear? There is no forced PvP. You don't have to do PvP. It's an optional thing. This is a PvE game of exploration, single player ARPG, action RPG set within an MMO framework. Now, it has always had, yeah, similar to Diablo. It has always had a PvP element. So let's take a look at what do I mean by that. Well, this whole map that you explore, doing quest lines, 100% PvE stuff that you do on your way of leveling up as you would through any other MMO or action RPG that you've ever played. You follow the quest lines, you level up, it's all PvE. Harvesting, crafting, adventuring, you can group up with other players, you can do dungeons. Matter of fact, up here in the menu, there's an activities page. Do you see here where it says PvE? And it has 6 activities listed outside of the normal adventuring sphere that we've done, and only 2 PvP things? What are the PvP things? What are those? 3v3 arena and outpost rush. 2 specific modes of gameplay that you have to willingly turn on and participate in if you want to do PvP. Otherwise, the entire gameplay loop is built up on you going out there and adventuring and following a questline with your chosen archetype and weapon sets as you would in any other game. And then, if you want to, look at all these PvE activities that you can participate in. Expeditions. Well, let's check out expeditions. What are expeditions? Expeditions are dungeons that you can do with other players. How many are there? There's 12. Starting at level 25 and going up to level 65. 0. PvP. That's all PvE. PvE content. Dungeons, just like you've done in World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Lord of the Rings Online, EverQuest 2, Star Wars: The Old Republic. PvE dungeons. Hang on, there's more. Just wait. Mutated expeditions. Also, PvE content that you do with other players. Wait, there's more. There's the new raid that just got added. 10-man raid, I believe. Really cool gear from that. Soul Trials, which you can do on your own. More PvE content. Hang on, we're not done. We're not done. Season Trials, which is a minimum of 6 players. Local groups only. So there's more stuff that you can do that's PvE. And there's Elite Trials, which you can do with other people. More group content. Minimum of 12 players, by the way, for those. All of this is PvE content. None of this is PvP. This over here, optional. Optional 20 versus 20 outpost rush mode. Or 3 versus 3 arena mode. So, anyone who tells you that this game is a PvP game is incorrect. This is not a PvP title. This is a PvE title that has some PvP content in it. Now, there used to be a heavy focus on PvP in the beta phase, and then they slowly evolved it into something else. And there are still some very salty players who are like, but this game used to be hardcore forced PvP, full loot. Rah! That's because it's a rant, Dreamwilder. We have to sound peeved because we have to make fun of the Reddit trolls and all the people leaving stupid comments on the videos who are like, this game, it's PvP. How? Because here's what I'm hearing a lot of, everybody. You know how this game uses like if you've ever played an action RPG. Hang on, we're gonna go outside here really quick. If you've ever played an action RPG, if I can find a way out of town. If you've ever played an action RPG in your life, and there are hundreds of them out there, I've played hundreds of them over time. Action RPGs have some form of target locking system, meaning I can come out here, I can find a mob, like here's a turkey. I think that's a turkey. Look, and now I'm target locked on that turkey. That is not aim assist, everybody. Nor is that aim botting, as some people would say. This is a target lock. I mean, some people might consider it an aim assist, but it's a target lock. It goes away if it's too far away. That is not unique to this game. It is a action RPG staple. Target locking on the target so that you can switch between targets. Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, God of War. I could go on and list a whole bunch of other action RPGs if I really needed to. So I've seen some really peeved people in the comments who are like, this game is a PvP game and you've ruined the PvP with the target locking. First and foremost, it's not a PvP game. It's a PvE game with optional PvP. And second of all, target locking has been a staple of action RPGs forever. And ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. But it makes it easier for the other players to kill me. Again, not a PvP game, a PvE game with PvP options. Now, I don't play enough PvP to be able to say, hey guys, this absolutely has to happen. Because here's the thing, it's not a PvP-centric game. If it was a PvP-centric game like, say, Ashes of Creation is promoting itself to be, then it might make a little more sense to have that argument that this is some sort of game that should be governed by PvP principles. But it's not. It's an action RPG. And it's always been a PvE game, even since the launch. So, rant over. Wanted to make sure that we get that out of the way first thing at the beginning of the stream today. Because it is really amusing to see the amount of upset PvP trolls who are up in arms about the Aeternum launch and how it's ruined the game and this is a PvP game and they shouldn't allow you to do this, that, the other. There shouldn't be any of these things. I want my full loot. I want my full body loot. No. So, it's awesome. Bubblini is correct. It changed because full loot PvP is incredibly niche compared to PvE games. It's just numbers and realities. I'll get to chat here in a minute, guys. Exactly, Dreamworld. It's a tiny little rant first thing in the morning with just the right amount of sarcastic peeve tone. That's how we get going in the mornings, guys. That's how we get our energy. We're 4 cups of coffee deep. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning. We're at the beginning of the stream. We got the most peak energy. We got to get it out. Got to set those trolls straight. Get them on the path to enlightenment. So, if you want to play this game, folks, go for it. It is a PvE action RPG. There are other players running around. We can see them running around. You can choose whether or not you interact with them. You don't have to interact with them if you don't want to. I'm not. Watch my streams. I'm playing this as a single-player game. Now, if I want to go do expeditions or raids, yeah, we'll do some matchmaking. We'll go group up with some other people. PvP, couldn't care less. It's not what I do. It's not why I'm here. It was never marketed as a PvP game for the Aeternum. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. All right, let me read through chat real quick. William Allen, good morning. What's up, Daniel Foster, Brett Williams, Dave Edens. Can report playing on Steam Deck is quite nice, says Dave Edens. Awesome. I think there was like 4 or 5 people yesterday who said they were going to play on the Steam Deck. Hawks Gaming says what's crazy is it was originally going to be full PvP long before the game really launched and changed most of PvP. Oh yeah, during beta. That's one of the reasons I was never originally interested in the game way back when it was first announced and all through the alpha, because it was PvP, and I said, no thanks, don't care about PvP. It's not even on my radar. Then during the beta, they changed it to PvE, and they made it PvE oriented, and I went, oh, now I'm interested. And I played it at launch. I pre-ordered it and everything. Had a lot of fun. Bubblini says, those players are desperate for PvP, but it's a fraction of the total player base in most games, and it sucks for them. I mean, yes and no. The reality is that because of the numbers, not very many companies are ever going to create a PvP-only game. Ashes of Creation is about the only one I know of that's shooting for a primarily PvP audience. Brighthammer says, a lot of content for $60. There is. Malduk says, does the starting main quest line merge at all? I started at one location, my friend started another. If I remember correctly, by the time you get to this, the Old Man by the River, which is the quest I'm working on now, which is right around level 20, when you get your mount, Malduk, if I'm not mistaken, that's when all of the quests merge. Everybody kind of starts in different regions to avoid too many issues with starting areas. So there's multiple like level 1 to 17 areas, 1 to 20 regions. So you might be split up there. You can always travel to each other's areas, but sometimes that journey can be quite a distance. But everybody kind of starts off of there, and then they work their way towards the Old Man by the River. Once you're working on the Old Man by the River, it might be sooner than that, but I'm pretty sure that's like right around the time that you get funneled into the same area to work with him as part of the MSQ. Brett says action RPGs on console, especially need a target lock. It's messy otherwise. Yes. What's up, United? Good morning. Can I see Bard gameplay? There is no Bard gameplay. What's up, Captain Craig? All right, back to work, Sis Fulmana. Enjoy the game. Enjoy your workday if you can. PvP players, Dave Eden says over on YouTube, says PvP players seem to be the noisiest, and it's always the vocal minority, yeah. Exactly, Babylonia. It's right now it's mostly whales who are supporting it, and once they actually launch, I have a feeling it's going to be like the I have a feeling it's going to be like this. This game had 40 people working on it. It raised tens of millions of dollars. It had a big name behind it. It launched, and as soon as it launched, the whales who had been supporting it throughout its development were not enough to sustain it past the launch stage, and it died a slow, miserable death over the course of like 6 to 8 months. Welcome to the channel, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Everybody, welcome. Welcome. If it's your first time tuning in this morning, we are live on YouTube and Twitch every single day. Multi-streaming from 9 a.m. Mountain onwards. Today, I'm early. I'm about an hour early today. Second day of New World. Today is split into 2 sessions. We're going to do 3 or 4 hours of New World, and then I've got a couple hours of World of Warcraft that I'm going to play this afternoon around noon. But we got a few hours to get there, guys. I wonder if I should worry about buying a house. $6,000 gold. How much do I have? Ha ha! Not nearly enough to buy a home. Holy shit! I got a ways to go. Man, I think I'm gonna hold on to the ones I have. Dogfish says, just started Lotro and your videos have been a huge help. Love your content. Thanks, Dogfish. Appreciate it. Tony Keats says, my PS5 version looks washed out. I'm playing on 4K uncapped frame. I think it's instanced housing like EverQuest 2 Wolf Shield. So everybody gets their own instance of a specific building. Alright, we need to go... Oh, that's the dungeon quest, which I'm not going to worry... Actually, do I want to do a dungeon quest? Fuck, I don't remember the bosses. I'm not 25 anyway, and I have to have my Azoth staff, so I can't even do it. What am I talking about? Alright, let me untrack that if I can, because I don't want to see it on my journal, or I'll keep getting sidetracked. Alright, there we go. I haven't gone up to this fort either. I mean, it's about the same distance to travel no matter what way I go. I could travel to here and then run from here to the to there. My current objective? Main series quests, Wolf Shield. MSQ is my only objective from here on out. Yesterday was getting my feet under my ground, getting some crafting mats. You can play instruments, Rampage. I don't give a shit about playing instruments, so I'm not doing it. Maybe at some point when I'm bored and I have nothing better to do, I might play instruments, but that is not a part of my objective nor itinerary. But you can play it. You can play instruments. Might be Krakus, I don't know. I haven't paid attention enough, and I'm not worried about housing this morning. Maldic says, the way servers are locking out, making it hard to create new teams on the same server, is it easy to just change the weapons you want to use without any releases? It's absolutely easy to change your weapons. You can it's just that if you change to something new, you have to start at ground zero if it's something you don't know. So as an example, I don't know anything other than rapier and musket. Now, if I wanted to, I could go put points into great axe. Next time I get a ding, I could pick up a great axe and start playing with a great axe. I could pick up a spear and start playing with a spear. I could pick up a bow and start playing with a bow. I could start earning XP in those weapon types and earning the abilities. I could pick up any weapon in the game. I can craft any weapon in the game. So it's that easy to switch. But you do start at ground zero with a weapon, which means you'll have no skills the first few hours that you're playing with that weapon because you have to earn the XP to then go in here and say, I want these 3 abilities with this weapon. Hold Up says, I'm still downloading. 3 more hours. You'll be there soon. You're not locked into an archetype at all, Malduk. Look at the archetypes as a set of starting gear, a set of crafting abilities, and just sort of a guide for what the game is going to play like. And then you can go away and say, you know what? This was cool, but I think I would rather play with the Void Gauntlet or whatever, you know. Like, I chose Musketeer because I love the look of the Musketeer archetype armor and the rifle. However, you'll notice that I'm no longer wearing Musketeer-looking gear, and that's because by the time you get to level 20, you'll have replaced all of that starter gear with other things, and I don't have any transmog tokens yet to transmog my armor. So if I wanted to look like my archetype, I would need to get transmog tokens, either through gameplay or through the cash shop. I can get transmog tokens to then go transmog my character to look like that Musketeer archetype again if I wanted to. But all the archetype is it's kind of like the guiding. It's like, here's an example of what you could play, and then you get some additional crafting, harvesting points, and that's really it. And there you can branch out and do whatever. You could master every single weapon in the game if you wanted to. It's not really a relaunch, Hawks. What they did is they took the PC version, which had 3 years of content. They made it console friendly, launched it on the consoles, and at the same time redesigned an entire brand new MSQ with completely new cinematics, voiceovers, narrative, and quests, and then put that on top of everything. Launched it on consoles, made it cross-play so that everyone can play on the same servers, and then just launched it and brought the PC version up to the same parity level. So I cannot enter here at the moment because I'm not flagged for PvP. So that is taken over right to the moment. Optional PvP content. Not required, not forced. I know, Aguilar. Just 1 more hour. Just 1 more hour. Oh, I completely fell. Well, I can harvest this while I'm down here. What am I doing in World of Warcraft today? Just quest progression and probably some delves. I need to get my vault stuff for the week. I have so many quests left to do. Like I've already done all of the Isle of Dorn, all of the Ringing Deeps. I'm working on Hollowfall quests right now, and then I still have all of Azkajet quests to do. I just delves. That's really what it is. It's just delves and quests. And I maybe next week, depends on who's around today, we might do some T8 group delves today with the guild. Depends on who's around when I switch over.
On the surface, we are still and quiet.
Yeah, there's lots of different
But
types
there
of
is
mounts
a
too,
struggle
Hawks.
in the darkness below.
And they've got their own stats and
The
gear.
outcome?
There's a leveling system with them,
Unpredictable.
which like I think increases distance you can sprint and all those other things.
Away with you, ghost. You'll scare away the fish. I remember you not and care not to.
Even if I could.
If I could. I offer you nothing, but you remain. I can give you a name, if that would help. Some have called me Jonas. There are other names, but they will not speak themselves. One is enough, I think.
What can you tell me of corruption?
Only those who seek misery would ask such a thing. You should banish your misery, like I have banished mine. If you do not, only terrible things can come of it.
The problem is I keep hearing this voice in my head of this kind of sexy Spanish lady.
I do not see a hole in your head. Perhaps a hole in your mind. The stones to the north are useful to fill such holes. You can read them if you can find them. Replace your ghost with others.
All right. Search the ruins of Chastened Steep for clues to Jonas's past. Need to see if there's any fast travel. We should probably go unlock that first. What's up, Transcend? Slash?
Have nothing but irrelevant answers to forgotten questions. You will not find truth here.
Well, we'll see what I find, creepy lady in my head. Nice, Transcend. Enjoy your fun today. I gotta get a different angle. Oh, here we go.
In memory of Soul Warden Ramanos Agala, bearer of the Eternal Torch, who served as straddle centuries. All souls fade in time, but he held steadfast against the darkness until the last. May his sacrifice be a lesson to all who come after.
Maldic says, I left early yesterday to drive home during the stream. How did the traps end up working? You know, it's not my favorite part of this class. I may end up ultimately switching to the sharpshooter. But the grenades are kind of worth it. So even though the traps, I'm not... Oh, shit. Well, here's an example. Drop a trap. He's down in there now. Now I could stand back. I could chuck a grenade. Oh, he's retreating. They do work. But I'm not a huge fan of the traps. I do love the grenades, though. The grenades are freaking awesome. Especially because they're sticky. So it's like... So here's an example. Like, let me target this guy. Drop a trap. Here he comes. Shoot the other one. Plop that down there. You know, it works. It works. Oh, no, that's somebody else. Another player. God, I had a heart attack. Ah! I probably just need to put more points into the traps. And then I'll get more goodies. What I would really love is something that, like, drops my reload time, because the musket, the musket reload. We were talking about this yesterday. Like, what's the big difference between like the archer and the? Wait, that one disappeared. The big difference between like the archer and this build is the slowness and the methodical aspect of this character, because the archer is far more mobile, and this character is more slow. There's a long reload. There's the animation time with that reload, during which you can't really do anything. Like, but it's a slower pace. I'm okay with that in the long run. Well, there's a couple of different ways, Wolf Shield.
In memory of Soul Warden,
Hang on a second.
Renfail, whose gaze never wavered. Her pursuit of humanity's best nature.
I'll let
her
the dialogue
defiance
finish.
of darkness, and her calm wisdom kept the flame of our hopes burning until the last. May her sacrifice be a lesson.
Yeah, that's what I played in the open beta Glorfindel, was the hunter or the ranger. So you can actually go prone. I gotta remember how to do it. How do you go prone? Gosh darn it. There is a way to go prone, and I don't know. Gosh darn it. I don't even know how to crouch, to be honest with you, on the controller. Anyway, there is a way that you can go prone, and there's for crawling under things, we do learn that bit. But for shooting, if you go into, I believe it's the sharpshooter line. Yeah, shooter stance. So you get shooter stance if you go into the sharpshooter line. And in this one, you drop to your knee, you take aim, and you can do 3 shots rapid fire. But you can't do anything else. Anything else. No, hold left stick is run. I would have to look it up, to be honest with you. The controls are in the controls. I'll look at it later. I'm not really in a safe place to be opening up the menu to look at controls right now. Alright. Settings. Controller. Layout. Crouch. L1 plus R3. Hang on. That didn't work. Oh, there it is. God, that's complex. So you got to hold the left bumper and tap down on the thumbstick. Or, so you can go down here and shoot from a crouch. You can also go prone. Can you shoot from prone? You could totally shoot from prone. Ha 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 ha. However, I don't think I can use my... Yeah, you can't use your abilities from prone. You have to actually stand up and... So that answers your question, hopefully. Yeah, torsion, there's a lot of commands, so don't worry about it. I get confused too. Can I still not do silkweed? Harvesting of 100. Oh my goodness, that's why. I don't think there's a sneak function like what you would traditionally think of, no. You can crouch, but I don't believe that that does anything for, like... As far as I'm aware, there's not a sneak mechanic in the game. I think crouching is just for, like, ranged bonuses or something. I would have to dig in it again. I don't remember there being a sneak in this game, though. Yeah, for PvP, yeah, I mean, could be useful to hide in the bushes if you're going to do the PvP. You can look up the controls, Breezy. I'm not doing that again. Ha ha ha! You're on your own. Let's see. We're going this way. I think I have an upgrade point available, guys. The system was like, dude. So I'll drop the trap. Hit him with a nuke. There you go. So that's probably the way to do it. Oh, I forgot to make my crafting tools this morning. Next time we get back to town, we need to do that. I've been hearing that. Good things about the Steam Deck version of the game. I think we're gonna have to go around. Yeah, we gotta go around. There's no way. This is a big mountain. Yeah, there's multiple people playing it on Steam Deck, Santiago. Nope, not next month. I'll be playing Path of Exile 2. The plan is to do that in January along with the Greedfall 2 Early Access. I don't prioritize Early Access games when they come out. I just don't. It's not a good practice. Like, if it gets great reviews, things of that nature, you know, maybe we'll try it a few months down the road, but I don't prioritize Early Access launches for any game, any company. There are Occasional things that I will dip into, but as far as like live coverage, nah. Which is why when I get a break in my schedule, like my break right now looks like it's going to be January because I don't have any major releases that I know of happening. So we'll finish with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is the last major release I think of the year in early December. Once Indiana Jones is done with, we'll see what else is coming out in December, but the plan is after Indiana Jones, we're going to go into like Greedfall 2 Early Access and Path of Exile 2 Early Access. And then February, we've got Avowed and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. March, we've got Atomfall and Tales of the Shire. So I've got a brief window in January to do things that aren't major releases. So we'll see. Tis the plan anyway. Come get me, buddy.
This place.
I'm not a PoE player.
My feet remember what
I
my
tried the first
mind
one a couple of
does not.
times, and it just
Have you
graphically
found
wasn't
any
enough
new
to capture me
voices,
because I don't really
Hunted
care for
One?
ARPGs that much. But the second one looks like it's got the graphic fidelity to pull me in, based on the reputation of the first game. I think if I had started the first game when it came out, I might be a little different on my opinion, but I came and tried it like 2 years ago and was like, nah, it looks dated. Like, yes, it has complex skills, it's got a story there, but I'm not a huge ARPG fan. I do like the Diablo franchise, but I am willing to give it a shot since the second one is coming out and my job is now a content creator. So it behooves me to pay attention to and stay on top of new releases, and knowing that it's coming next year, I'll definitely be paying attention to it, but still not a priority until they have a launch date.
What were they? My mind itches. Yes, at that word. Perhaps this is where my ghost lives. That cave. Yes, inside it. Something that needs retrieving.
Alright, into the cave we go. What do I need? 45. Oh, I need to go mining. One day. I'm really interested in the Greedfall 2 early access because they've taken all the things from the first one and then added on like the Baldur's Gate 3 turn-based gameplay. And Slandered Gaming, if you don't follow him, he just did a video on Twitter X this morning of the beta for New Arcline, which is another turn-based like steampunk RPG that we're going to be definitely taking a look at. That looks awesome. Anyway, I retweeted his clip this morning.
Ghosts
Looks really
are
good.
loud here. This place remembers sorrow. My bones rattled with it. You went into the cave. What did you find?
A big ass bear.
What does anything do in a bear cave? Perhaps it was napping. Yet there is pain in the rent cloth. Shame, too. How odd. The voice of that ghost has faded. But there are yet others in the stones to the north. Go. I won't be long behind.
Sure. Okay, 90 meters in this direction. Need to destroy more vines to find more memorials. She's stuck in the wall. Not no mo. Oh, guys, Chris is making fried bananas, fried plantains, beans, maybe even some eggs probably for breakfast. It smells so good.
Our soul warden Ray's Vachan. Devoted servant
It
of
is
the
going to be
order.
nice, Ramon.
He took no pride, no
Los huevos
ambition in
motoleños
our
or la
sacred duty.
desayuno.
All that was asked, and much that was not, he gave willingly. By
Ay,
his example,
ahora
the
tengo hambre.
others embrace our greater purpose. May his sacrifice be a lesson to all who come after.
It was my grenades. So I went the grenade path with my, that right there, it's a sticky grenade. Pancakes with the bananas? Banana pancakes. As the Jack Johnson song says, are delicious. Went out roaming in the land, trusty musket in my hand. And a little grenade to boot. Kaboom! Guess we're going over there. I hope the current doesn't like sweep me out. Oh no, we're good. I got so many alchemy nodes now. Probably need to do something with them. I do need to craft my crafting tools, but I keep forgetting and I'm not back in town yet, so... At some point this quest is going to push us towards town, and when we get there we're going to craft some new tools.
In memory of Soul Warden Constanza Soberia, who gave all that was to be given. May her sacrifice be a lesson for those who come after.
This is one big ass puppy dog, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's a good dog?
I hear my own voice, faint, but in chorus with the ghosts here. My hands on the stone, my memories, given to the land and taken from soul. A mercy, perhaps.
Perhaps. What became of the Soul Wardens?
It was corruption. It took their souls, those voices lost to time. It will take all of us before the sun sets on the world. You, sooner. If your voice cannot be silenced.
All right.
But there are answers here. A path that leads where many have sought to go. Those who would stand against the corruption. You speak of that voice that assaults your mind. This path may be the only way to see it silenced.
So you've got a defense against corruption.
A valiant effort to stem the tide, perhaps. Or, more likely, to simply take a stand against the inevitable. There are no final answers here, nor anywhere. But it may yet be a reprieve for one who has been marked, such as you. The voice you hear is not heard by all, and the power it pursues has become your burden to bear. Go on then.
I would love one of these
Seek
shirts, by the way.
Strength of the Soul Wardens. Face the trial in the tomb of old warriors. It may be your only hope.
Copy that. Oh, here's the quest about the 3 factions. So these are optional now. Okay, I need to remember... Yeah. Last time I did the Syndicate when the game first launched, which I think I'll probably do again, it was like the less zealotous of the 3, and they had cool outfits back in the day. At least for my mage. I don't know what they've got for my musketeer, but we're gonna go find out as soon as we're done with this major questline. Actually, you know what? See, if I remember correctly, we do this questline. At some point, he's gonna send us to the settlement. When he sends us to the settlement, y'all need to remind me to like stop, because we gotta go craft tools and go check out the faction merchant. Yes, purple for the win, Transcend. Alright, there's no fast travel over here, right? Nah, we just need to ride, boldly ride. I do love the follow road feature, guys. Zach want us to go in there? No, 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 no. Hang up, puppy dog. You're going the wrong way. Auto follow works great until you need to take the other fork. Oh, dead turkey. Oh, I have a faction introduction quest now too. Very cool. Yeah, I think we're going Syndicate again. Those are just like grindy, optional, repeatable quests that I really don't give a shit about, but they do offer really good gear. And so if they're still the same as they were at launch, then I'll definitely do some, if only to get a cool looking set of gear. Look at this place. Tomb of the Old Warriors. Defeat 7 of the Guardians. Into the Tomb of the Old Warrior. Read the first promise.
I, Gilgamesh, do solemnly vow under the radiance of the sun and the luminescence of the stars, in the presence of the
So this is the
gods
first
to
promise made.
serve as an Amara,
Gilgamesh
the blessed
serving
inheritor of the
Amara,
eternal fire.
the eternal fire. Oh, it's a nice AoE. We need to ascend higher into the temple. Up, up, up. Oh shit, those guys respawn fast. Okay, move. Oh, that didn't sound good. Shit, that's a lot. Is he locked out? Okay. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot. Ah!
I vow to be both noble and true, to heed the divine
Oh no!
and
Ow!
to aid my people against all hardships and foes.
Oh, there's a taskmaster we need.
On my bonded soul.
Oh, it's just a survival thing.
The world's pain and to fulfill
Okay,
my
never mind.
sworn
I was like
obligations
confused by what was going on. That's what the timer is for.
regardless of the
Okay.
price.
Okay. Complete the trial to unlock the sealed doors. There we go. Okay. Woo! That was a little intense for a minute until I figured out what was going on. Oh my. Defeat the old warrior's remnant. This is Gilgamesh? Oh, he just died. Boo. I bet he'll respawn here in a second, though. I can't hear you, Chris. Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. I had the volume cranked up, and Chris just stepped in to tell me breakfast is ready. So as soon as I get this guy done, I'll need to go grab my plate of food, and then I'll catch up on chat. I can't multi-focus. I gotta kill a boss mob here and try not to die. Actually, we're waiting here. Janet says, "Is there an option for an auto run?" Yes. It follows the road automatically.
I am impressed. We will make history.
So it auto follows the road automatically once you're auto running. On the controller, the auto run is just down pressing on the left thumbstick. It sets you into auto run.
I give my breath to the winds, my strength to the lands, and my spirit to the firmament, that it rain down into the blessed earth and the depths of the waters to seal my
I probably could have crawled under that,
whole
probably.
time, and for all those who would follow in
Look for Jonas back on the road. So we need to head out of here. I wonder if I can get out through this window. Oh my god, run! Run! Oh Jesus, that's a long fall. I was not ready for that. But hey. I will survive. So we're gonna auto run right here. Just like so. And then it should theoretically auto follow this track. So I am hands off. Now at the fork, I don't know what it's going to do. It took me the wrong way at the fork, so I would need to turn around and manually tell it which way to go down the fork. But now I'm hands off again. It works great. Other than the forks, which is kind of like I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is the one I'm thinking of that did it that way. Yeah, I don't think I have to worry about fall damage too much, Dennis.
Well,
Grace is back.
kinds of people you run into on the roads around here.
No, it's a
You're looking
it's a
little
default
haggard,
if you're on the
if you don't
controller,
mind me
Janet.
saying so. Had an eventful journey, have you?
Like if you go to the controller layout, it actually tells you how to do the auto run and everything.
Thought I heard scuffling in those ruins. I was thinking there might be some treasure in there. But you don't look like you found something. You look like you're still searching.
Did you see an old man? Oh, you're on
Now that
PC?
you
It'll be
mention
numlock
it,
probably.
There was an old codger a
If
few
you go into
places
the
back.
options, it'll
They've
tell
got
you
a
the
proper
keyboard
city
layout.
that direction.
So if
I'll
I
be
believe
going
it's
back soon
numlock, if
enough.
it's not
But
numlock,
if you want to go after
I don't know
this
what it'll
geezer,
be. But
go that
usually
way.
in most
And just
MMOs on the
ask around
PC, it's
town.
numlock is the auto run. Occasionally it'll be tab. So just check your settings because it'll tell you in the setting. Matter of fact, hold that thought because I'm pretty sure I can see controller layout. I can see PC layout as well. So let's go to the settings. No, hang on. Escape! Ah! How do I escape? I did not mean to fast travel from there. I'm a herpy derpy and we're falling through the world. Hang on, I meant to do something and I triggered something else. So if I go to the settings, I hit unstuck by accident instead of settings, and it won't let you untrack from that. So you can go to controller, shows you the layout. You go to keyboard mouse, and I can see the layout from here as well. So navigation auto run is the equal sign it says here. Yeah, but I don't have a keyboard plugged in to try it. Well, the reason I'm falling through the world is because it tried to unstuck me, and I wasn't stuck in the first place. That was my mistake because I clicked the unstuck button instead of the settings button, and it wouldn't let me actually transition out of that. I guess once it's unsticking you, it's like, nope, you're going to sit here until we finish the animation. So that was my bad. The game has never been on the verge of death, IDK. Anybody who says otherwise is full of shit. Doesn't know what they're talking about. That's your typical YouTube journalism at play. Oh, it doesn't have the Steam numbers. It's failing. Oh. It doesn't have the features that I want. It's failing. Games don't have to have millions of players concurrent to have a very successful and profitable ecosystem. Yeah, I don't have, so my gaming mouse, which I'm not using right now because I'm on the PS5, but this button right here, which is, I think, it's one of the ones I use with my thumb, essentially, with the back of my thumb. I can't remember which mouse button it is, but I have a programmable mouse. But this one right here on the side, it's the second one on the side, that's my numlock or my auto run for every game that I play. So I literally just hit that with the back of my thumb, the heel of my thumb, and then the tip of my thumb is for Alt-Tab so that I could switch windows if I'm playing like windowed mode or something. But I've had that back heel of my thumb bound to the numlock forever, so I just do numlock in every game because it was always like the default in like EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft and anything else. The reason you heard that, IDK, is because someone on Reddit or someone on YouTube told you that it was failing, or they said something and somebody ran with it and they're like, the game is dead. That's how That's how they get you.
Welcome to Oxborough, traveler. I hope
They
you
make a
brought
big
coin
thumbnail and
to
they make it
spend
sound like
goods to
fact.
trade. We're always open
And they've
for
probably got
business.
150, 300,000 followers, and so people believe them. But the reality is, clickbait journalism is bullshit, and it will
Whatever
eventually fade
services
away.
you seek, you will find in Oxborough.
It is
I
breakfast time,
guarantee
Janet.
you
Thank you for
that.
reminding me, because my wife is probably
All
out there
types for
like,
hire.
hurry up, come
What
get your food
manner
before it
of
gets
person
cold.
do you seek?
Thank you for reminding me. I got sidetracked. Thankfully, my wife is very patient, and she loves me very much. And basically, she just
I
popped her head
have
in to
to
tell me,
say,
hey, whenever you
It
want
is
to
a
come out and get
very
your food, you can.
specific person.
Because we're not
And
eating together
frankly,
on
one
launch
that No one
mornings.
has ever asked for.
Because
You're the first.
make hay while the sun shines.
But I
Yes, don't
did
forget to make tools.
see
Thank you
him
guys.
not
I am going to go
long
get my plate of
ago.
food, come back,
He's
we're going to make
quite,
tools, join a faction,
balmy,
all
you
those
know?
things.
And I'm not sure if
Yes,
he's for
Dennis, don't
hire.
accept the free tickets on the hate
Constable
train. Too many
Messiah
YouTube
often
people
humors
farming
him with
negative sentiments and
conversation.
rage bait.
Ask her about it.
Alright, guys, I'll be right back. Alright guys, we are rocking some, I had 3 fried eggs, homemade, home fresh, farm fresh, fertilized eggs from our chickens out back, some homemade hand-pressed tortillas, fried plantains, big-ass bananas, and some Gouda cheese for breakfast. So, I'm going to sit here and nom. And we're going to go do some quest stuff, turn in some, make my crafting tools. Number 1 priority right now is make my crafting tools. Then we'll talk to the syndicate. Well, I think you can walk on the controller. You can just, however far forward you press on the D stick, on the thumbstick, is how quickly you run. Pretty sure there's an option on mouse and keyboard to like turn auto run off. I think there's a setting in the controller settings too, so that if you wanted to walk instead of run. I do not. All right. Sounds like there's some crap. Oh, you know what though? I bet all of my crafting mats are banks global. I don't remember the storage chests. Storage chests are local. That's right. I forgot about that. I might not have the shit I need to make my crafting tools if I try to do it here, because it's all my stuff is stored back in the other town. Let's go ahead and bump our trap ups now. So traps can now apply a rend, so I can make my traps a little more deadly. Double check the bottom of the chest, might give you a drop down to switch. Hold that thought. Aha! You are not wrong. Holy shit, I did not know you could do that. Holy crap, that is getting written down in the notes. That's a beginner's tip right there that I can put in the guide. Wow, thank you so much. Select storage in drop down. That is really cool. So then is it on to Windfall by default now? No, it's not quite by default, but I can now pull everything out. So then I could come in here and say, well, I want to pull out all of the smelting as an example, because that's the iron ingots that I need. And of course, all of the coarse leather. Let's just grab all this shit. I don't know what I'm crafting. Let's do some crafting while I'm eating breakfast, guys. I'm just going to pull everything out. What's up, Joe BZ? It's whatever town you're in by default, yeah. One thing I wish you could select all and then just transfer all at the same time. That would be cool. All right. Sounds like there are settings I can use. I just need to look at them, figure it all out. Copy that, guys. Really? That's not better than the one I'm wearing. Alright. Alright, guys. I'm going to do headset off here for a couple of minutes while I nom on my breakfast, and I'm going to continue to go look around and do crafting and stuff, so just... I'll be back on headset in a minute. All right. Breakfast down the hatch. Huge thanks to my wife for making such delicious food to fuel my streams. Good morning, Gatorade. Bite of Life says, jumped in yesterday, loved the game, still learning the crafting, super green, didn't play beta. No, it's quick to pick up. Super straightforward. Like Malduk says, it's super easy, not difficult. There's also a huge help section. Excuse me, there's like 3 years of polish on this game, so. Alright, I actually want to make Satine. If I can. Where the hell is the loom? Not around here. Hang on, what's this though? Ah, there it is. Can I not do Satine? Oh, I need linen. A boatload of linen and wire weave. Let me do... Thank you very much, sweetie. Love you. Let's start and make half of these. Let's see what happens. Now I can make some Satine. Let's make... Ooh, I can only make 11. That's not a lot. Yeah, I remembered I needed a ton of fiber. And this is where it comes in. That's probably not enough to squat with. I probably should just go ahead. I'm going to wait. Where was the outfitter? Was... Yeah, let's see here. I don't even have enough to make the shirt yet. Holy crap. 22 Satine for a shirt? Holy shit. Well, the shirt is going to be the most important thing because of the visual. So let's start with the shirt and we'll work our way back from there. I think I'm going to have to go, we're going to have to go harvest in a bit. I need to join the syndicate first. By the way, this is totally optional. Like crafting your gear, you don't have to do this, guys. You can totally just rely on quest gear. But I like crafting and harvesting a lot, so... Yes, this is the grind if you want to do it. You're welcome, Corey. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, I forgot to make Satine. Herpaderper! I did the linen and not the Satine. I might not even have enough to do the shirt. We're about to find out. I have no idea, Bite of Life. I haven't used the... I haven't tried to sell anything, so I have no clue how all that works. In terms of the auction hall. Alright, let's start with the shirt. Let's put a craft mod on it, because why not? Let's add some decks. What does Azov do? Alright, here we go. A sateen shirt. And that's the only thing I can make because I need boatloads. But that shirt does look rather dashing if I don't say so myself. Also got some magnificent pants of the assassin that I will take on. Oh! Looking rather dapper. Case of Satine. Oh, I forgot I had this. Can I open that? I got 3. That was it. Lame. Frodo. What are you doing, buddy? I don't believe him when he says the no, no, no. Hey, Chris. He already just started scratching at the chair. He is not ready to sleep. No, he just wants to come in and say hi to Daddy. That's not a I'm sleepy. That was him going, hey, Dad, scratch the back of your chair and make it look even worse than it is. Hey, can I grab this and... Is this only corn, or is this the ones that also have yucca? Oh, this is only corn. Chris is nomming on the rest. So these are the they're like 12 inches in diameter. But there's a lady down there's a bunch of people that make them around here locally. Thank you. Sometimes they're only with corn tortillas or corn flour. What happened? Oh no, that's where my palooka is, buddy. You can't go in there. But sometimes they put yucca root inside of it with the corn flour. All right, guys, I have a new outfit and some new pants. I'm kind of digging that. I do need a feather hat, though. But in order to make more gear, I need a boatload of fiber. We're not going to get sidetracked with that right now because we have a quest to talk to the faction peeps. Which we're going to do. And then we're going to join a syndicate, I believe. Wait, are they around in different places? There's like one in here, one outside. You are that person right there.
Slide on over, friend. You look like one of them marauder types. Like adventure? Maybe a bit of a scrap, eh? How
What's
about
up, Tara?
weapons and riches?
Yeah, the outfit's
like a
looking
little
good.
tip from old Tibbs. Oh, I've got something perfect for a new arrival. Ah, that's the spirit. Northwest's a 4 years from the soul is lost. A ring from a knight. Grab that.
Okay, what I don't remember is if do I have to take... Can I take any of these or can I take all 3 of these? That's what I don't remember. I can't remember if you could take all 3. No, I don't want to go green. I want to go purple. Where's the other one? Where's the syndicate? It shows... Oh, up there out the road. You could do all 3 factions. Yeah, I don't want to do all 3 of the quests is the thing. So we need to actually go out here to this dude. So that says... Let's go out of town. Probably should set my bind point to this town here.
Please come. You look well equipped, and the Syndicate could pay you for your time.
I like getting paid.
I see that you are new to the island. Aid me, and perhaps I can shine some light on the darkness.
You offer knowledge?
Yes, and the most valuable kind, indeed, if you assist.
Sure.
You see, I've been testing alchemical lures on the local wolves. Results were promising, until one of the wolves consumed the bait and grew in both size and ferocity. Well, expected that possibility, but not the precise nature of the reaction. We must annihilate
Yeah, I can't
the
remember how
creature.
it works either.
Place this lure in their den and fight until the Alpha appears. Slay it, then meet me in the Enclave for your reward.
Alright. However, before we do that, I want to go back to town really quick and bind myself here because Alright, this is the inn, right? Which one of these is the inn? I don't see. I'm looking for the icon. Not the icon, the sign outside of the building. Because that's the town hall. I bet it's further down in here. Is that it? No, that's the coin exchange. Ah, here it is.
Welcome to the Autumn Rest. Always a colourful place to be.
Yes,
You're here
I would
to
like
check
to
in?
replace.
Be my guest. Haha, literally.
Hang on, I totally checked into the inn. Why does it say you're leaving without checking into the inn? I totally checked into the inn. We were just there. Did it not track? Like we literally sat there and did it. Did I misclick something? Talk to the
Welcome
lady.
to the Autumn Rest.
Guest
Always
registration.
a colourful place to be. You're here to check in. Be my guest.
It literally said right
Literally.
here. Failed to check in. I didn't see that it said failed to check in. I thought it said reset.
Welcome to the Autumn Rest. Always a colourful place to be.
It seems like
You're
you're
here to
already
check
checked
in.
into this inn.
Be my...
Something's buggy. Well, hopefully we're good now. It says that I'm checked in. Alright, enjoy the streams, easy. I may have to do all 3 of these faction quests before it'll let me, because it looks like only this one's been checked off. So we'll see. Alright, we need to kill wolves. Oh shit, I'm on a timer? No, hang on, what was the timer for? Not quite sure I understood the timer there. Place the lure to draw the pack. Remaining wolves, 2 of 3. defeat the Alpha Wolf. 1 of 1. No! Alright, as long as we got the credit, that was the most important thing. Oop, is that a new musket? Not as good as what I got. Travel northeast to the Enclave. Speak with Aventus there. There's a fast travel point up there too, which is cool. God, these ruins are awesome looking. Oh, we need this. Always, always, always with the iron. Oh, we got one more. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, whoa, what is that? Blight root. Did you guys watch that Tavern Song video yet? If you missed that yesterday, it was good stuff. Twisted for One over on my early thoughts video says, I love how the people who paid $80 to get the Bear Mountain armor and weapons skin, while the people who bought this game 2 years ago and bought the Angry Earth DLC get shit on. You don't get shit on. You've had mounts for years before the rest of the people who played had mounts. The whole purpose of buying a pre-order is that you get exclusive fun stuff. Oh, QQ, you didn't get the special bear mount. You've been playing for 3 years. You have other things that the people who pre-ordered the game on the console will also never have. That's how that works. You get things that they don't have, they get things that you don't have. That's the nature of pre-ordering and playing. Oh my god, there are some really ignorant dipshits in the world, everybody. Really ignorant people. How dare they give somebody an exclusive item for pre-ordering? I should also get it because I'm entitled. Doesn't matter that I already have a version that they will never be able to have. I want their version. I want my cake and their cake. Mine! Mine! Give me mine! God, I would hate to go to a birthday party with that person. Or a restaurant. Ugh. I don't just want my appetizer, I want all of the appetizers for everyone at this restaurant. All of those appetizers are mine! How dare you have your own thing? Ooh, are these like headquarters now? I don't remember headquarters when the game went live.
Thank you for helping to resolve those unexpected consequences. We do important work here, studying Azos applications, but it is not without risks. Please come in. If you would, introduce yourself to Cleo.
Copy that. Cleo, Cleo, wherefore art thou? I do not remember the factions having their own little headquarters. This is cool, man.
Acquaintance of Aventus. His enthusiasm for research is admirable.
Yeah, I love their
but
armor.
It creates complications from time to time. Must make friends regularly. The Syndicate values those who help him uncomplicate his results. The Syndicate. Scholars, arcanists, inventors, explorers of every kind.
No, you
This
weren't,
land
Skystrider.
suits
No
the
one was under
intellectually
any
curious.
impressions. They've
Those
talked
who can
about the
handle a
beginning,
measure
their
of
roadmaps
danger,
and everything else.
Doubly so. You are welcome here. Return to
You didn't have to
Aventus.
rebuy anything. And if you felt that it was scummy, you didn't read or you didn't comprehend what they were doing. If you owned it on the PC, you did not have to pay extra to play Aeternum. You already owned it. You bought the game, you bought the DLC. You owned it. You did not have to pay extra for Aeternum. The only people who had to pay extra for Aeternum were people who went and bought it on the console. I already owned it on the PC. I didn't have to spend more money to buy it on the PS5. I chose to spend more money to play it on the PS5. No one was forced into do anything. There was no, like, I really, it's almost like people who read the fact pages willfully chose to ignore the fact that your PC version, which was upgraded when you paid for the $30 DLC 2 years ago, you got a free version of Aeternum. And you got exclusives for playing the PC version that the console version players will never get. I will never get the things that you have because your account has those things. Nor will I ever have on this account the things that I have on my PC account, because my PC account has things that came with the pre-order from years ago. What? It's like some of you are willfully choosing to ignore logic and apply this twisted version of reality where, like, I demand everything. They have been upfront since day one. If you own the base game on the PC plus the DLC, those two things together, your account automatically switches over to Aeternum. That has never been hidden. It has always been a fact. It's kind of like right now with World of Warcraft, I'm playing the War Within. If I want to play the War Within, I have to spend money to upgrade my World of Warcraft account to the War Within. It's the latest expansion. Now, in this case, your latest expansion came 2 years ago. So that DLC, the Angry Earth DLC, you bought 2 years ago, your version of New World, base game plus the DLC, became Aeternum for free. No additional purchase required. What math are you using to be like, it's not fair? Oh my god. Dennis says, I have 1,000 hours in the game, paid for the upgrade at $30. My cost per hour is trivial. Exactly. Malduk said each faction has their own base now. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Marauders has a fort, and the Covenant has a church. Voyager said that's what I did. I already had it on the PC, but opted for the PS5 version and didn't regret it at all. Skyx says, so if I have the base game and not just the Mount DLC, I can pay for the Mount DLC and then have Aeternum fully without having to buy it all over again? Yes! They have said that since the beginning. I don't know what news channel some of y'all are listening to. I swear it's the idiot rage bait YouTubers that people listen to who are like, you have to rebuy the game, down with Amazon, down with New World. It's like they have always said since day one. It's on their fact page forever, for like the past however many months they've been promoting Aeternum. If you own the base game, but not the DLC, all you got to do is pay for the $30 for the DLC. Now you have Aeternum. If you already own the base game plus the DLC, you automatically become Aeternum. No one has to rebuy anything. Holy shit. Rant over. Oh! Well, I'm glad you're not taking a stance.
After that mishap with the wolves,
Here's another
I
one,
must
guys.
return to experimenting
This
and
morning, I
trying
have
new,
like 6 or 8 ranty little comments on my early thoughts video about
a new approach.
people who said
Fortunately, research
it's
is
people
what
who are
this
ranting
place
about
was
the fact
built
that they have
for.
to
What
pay
I'm
a
for.
subscription to either PlayStation or Xbox to play this game on the Xbox or PlayStation, right? It's like they don't, like, the fact page for months has said if you own it on the PC, there is no monthly sub. If you play on Xbox, you pay a monthly sub to Xbox for their subscription service to play online. If you play on the PlayStation, you have to pay for the PlayStation online service subscription to play it online. The same for any game. Any game that I play on the PS5 that has an online component, I am required to pay for a monthly subscription to the PS Plus network to access online components, whether it's Destiny 2, New World, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 14, any of those games. I must have a running subscription to play online games with the PS5. If I'm playing on the Xbox, I must have an ongoing, whatever it is. I don't know if it's Game Pass. I have an Ultimate subscription, so I don't really know what it's called. It might just be Xbox Live. There is a subscription service that you have to play in order to pay to play online games on the Xbox ecosystem. That's how it works. And you have idiots leaving comments on videos ranting about how dare I be forced into paying for a Game Pass subscription. This is bullshit. I shouldn't have to pay a monthly subscription to play New World. How dare they? Amazon lied. They never said that I was going to pay. Oh, Amazon lied. No, they didn't lie. Go read their fact page. It's been there since day one that if you play the game on Xbox or PlayStation, you must pay for their online services depending on the ecosystem. You failed reading comprehension. That's what it is. Apparently you didn't go to school and learn how to
like
read.
them? Azoth, the mysterious element that runs deep in this land. It is like nothing I ever experienced in the old world. Its potential applications are vast.
Exactly, Gatorade. I have a
Our
massive
enclave
PS
itself
library
is
for that
built
reason
near
as well.
Something quite special.
I think during the PS4 era, I ran it. I had a subscription for like 5 years running, so I have a ton of games in my library for that, and then I've had a running subscription since March, since I got the PS5. Same with the Xbox. I've got a massive library because of Ultimate.
Oh, you're sharp. No progress comes without danger. Take this bottle. Mind the cliffs. Follow the path into Brightwood. Go through the grove and then to the moat.
What am I looking for?
Consider that part of your test. You will know it when you see it. Oh, one more thing.
Is
not
that a hat?
anger the creatures
That is a
there.
hat reward.
You will find that discretion can often serve you far better than brute force.
Alright, so we got a little bit of an evolving quest line here, which is cool. Yeah, the video we recorded at the beginning of the session today about the PvP thing, that's going to trigger some people when I publish that later today. I swear there are people who are, they're either willfully choosing to not read the fact page, or they are getting all of their news from clickbait, ragebait YouTubers who publish absolute lies in order to generate clicks. And as a result, there's a ton of misinformation out there. It's very frustrating. And yes, I will jokingly rant about it, because I like making fun of the little Reddit bitches. Alright, we are going over here. Bet we can go up there. Oh, I already had great faith in the Amazon Lotro not Lotra, but the Amazon Lord of the Rings game. But this definitely makes me go, hey, I love what they've done with New World, and I know for a fact that they've gotten the kinks out of their system now over the past few years. So whatever they're building with Lord of the Rings, I'm going to be happy to play. It's going to be a great, great time. It's still probably 5 years out, so we got a ways to go. The Azoth tree. This area is dangerous, and they want me to gather water from here? Oh my god. Dude, this kind of stuff, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie called The Fountain by Darren Aronofsky with Hugh Jackman and Rachel Weisz. When I see stuff like this, there are parts of this game that remind me a lot about that film. Somebody's shooting at me. But I'm getting out. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. We have to go down in there, don't we? Is there any other way to get in there, or only by the front gate? That might be a long fall. Oh, we're fine. How about this? That's pushing the limits. Oh my god.
Now you've seen the Azoth tree. It was truly beautiful, no? Well worth a little danger. Welcome to Aeternum, my friend. You will have infinite time.
I just saw the Idiocracy comment. The movie Idiocracy is real? Yes, it is. Holy crap, is it real? Is it real?
Oh, I hoped you would see its true beauty. Now, if I may have the infused water? Here is your payment. You would make a marvelous member of the Syndicate. However, you must first see an additional member of our order. Cleo has already requested a word, if you came back in one piece. I see within you the same potential. Please, go and speak with her. Oh, I believe you are. Go to her and keep an open mind. The task she has prepared may challenge you in more ways than one.
Yep, I've played a lot of ESO over the years.
Ah, a moment, if you please. Thank you for speaking with me. Aventus has had much to say about you. Our order eagerly accepts capable candidates, and I hoped you would perform one final test to join our ranks. Shall we?
Sure.
The impermanence of death presents a peculiar conundrum when dealing with our adversaries. Let me ask you, how do you kill that which has no life? Well, we of the Syndicate aim to solve that.
New problems need new solutions.
Indeed. This is an Azo-infused sleeping draught, with which I hope to subdue our immortal foes. Pour it into the wells at Broken Hull Hold, and destroy their reserves to force them to drink it.
Yeah, Mike Judge could do no wrong. He makes good stuff.
Lost who sleep do not fight. If they do not fight, they do not die. Those who do not die do not resurrect. The old world likened death to slumber. We are going to turn that metaphor into reality.
Here's another rant, guys. I got a comment that I'm responding to on YouTube. I don't want to have to make a new character. This sucks. This is bullshit. You don't have to make a new character. Like, you can literally pick up and play the character that you played on the PC originally, and you can just do the new main storyline. You don't have to start a new character from scratch. You don't have to even start on a new server. You can stay where you are, log into the game, and do the new main storyline with your existing character. Ignorance, everybody. It is a disease. It is a disease. Willful ignorance is, you know, wow. All right, I got a hat. It's not as good as my existing hat. However, oh, and it's medium. Boo. Oh, and it's got a spyglass. No, no, absolutely not. Hodge says, I have 200 hours on PC and chose to go PS5 because I enjoyed the experience more. I know, Bogdan. Some people can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Does New World have a monthly sub? It does not have a monthly sub if you are playing on the PC. Actually, the better way to answer that is New World, end of discussion. New World does not have a monthly sub to require. To play. There is no monthly sub required to play New World. Xbox will require you to have a subscription if you play it on Xbox, and PlayStation requires you to have a subscription to play it on PlayStation, but neither one of those are Amazon. It's that simple. There is no monthly sub required to play. But I'm forced to play Xbox, and I don't want to have to pay for Xbox Game Pass. I don't want to have to pay for PS Plus. Buy it on the PC. We are going down there. Man, these quests are far more involved than I thought. My goodness. Alright, well, I guess we are going back out into the wild. If nothing else, Bogdan, or excuse me, if nothing else, Hodge, it's fodder for my TikTok and YouTube shorts. It's like I thank the trolls every day of the week because the trolls are the ones who make me the most amount of money. The trolls and the uninformed, the willfully ignorant, they are my bread and butter. Like, Amazon has had a fact page up forever that has all the information. Oh, we still have a ways to go. I'm not going to get bogged down in here. Is there a fast travel waypoint down there? Yeah, there is, but it's beyond them, so maybe we'll just ignore it. Nope, you do not require ammo for the musket or bow. Wait, we're right here, aren't we? Woo! Slow it down. Time to poison the well. Oh, that guy dropped a piece of goodies. skin. What do I still need? Oh, I need to kill these guys for, Gotta loot them. Did I get a kill on that one? I don't think I did. Pour the draught into the southern well, my friend. Maldrick says ammo gives a damage bonus these days. It's not necessary for base damage, but it is a perk. It's kind of like food. Food is not required, but food gives you a nice bonus. Speaking of which, I need to eat some. Welcome aboard, Brave Warrior. I need to find some more of these guys. I need 4 more. There's a chest here. Did I not get credit for that? I feel like I didn't get credit for that. I do wish it would auto-loot quest items rather than making you physically loot it. But that's not a big deal. It's just like a quality of life thing. It'd be like, you know what? I think it could be improved if it, would auto-loot the quest items when you get close enough to them as opposed to needing to manually reach down every single time. That is a tiny little first world problem. It's not a big deal, but it is a quality of life thing I do appreciate in other games. Alright, so they're not dropping every time. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought they dropped every time. Yeah, I love the rapier animations. I loved it so much when I first played the game that when I came back to play it this time, I was like, I'm going to do rapier again. But the musketeer option was really cool because I like the cosmetics. And I love the sound of the rifle, so... Ooh, there's a croc. There's a croc. Come here, buddy. Oh, he ignored... He ignored the trap. I wonder if it's a size thing. Like, if they're too big, maybe they don't get felled by traps. Alright, we still need 2 more water skins. Oops. I kind of don't want to run over the map. If I get these guys here, that would be ideal. Oh, he's gonna run over it. I didn't stick it to him. There we go. All right. Run, Forrest, run. I love the title of this quest, The Burden of Responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Talk to Cleo again.
Endeavor to understand these worlds, your potential. You think you've seen much with this syndicate. I will show you so much more.
Creepy.
You return victorious.
Also strangely sexy, but creepy.
You are truly committed to the application of knowledge, and not just its pursuit. Despite how you may feel about the act itself, do know that this work will help the people of Everfall. As do I. If I am not, we will simply try something else. Should you wish, we would be honored to have you join our ranks. Speak to Astrid when you're ready. She can begin your initiation. The Syndicate is an eclectic group.
Okay,
Please,
talk to Astrid.
if you wish to. Now that is some joyous news. Your letters of recommendation have already been furnished. Go to Scrivener Astrid, and she will process your records into our chart.
Awesome. Astrid, Astrid, Astrid. A mixologist? Wow.
Aventus came over here 6 times to tell me about you and the wolves. 6 times. I only needed the letter from Cleo. Should you wish to join us, it is but a pen stroke away.
I am happy to join you. Especially if you're my boss. I'll happily work with you, lady. Oh, alchemy. Look at that coat. That's too bad it's medium is the only thing. Like, master the secrets of return for knowledge is power. You can change faction every 30 days. You'll only be able to join a company with players of the same faction. If you're flagged for PvP, you can only group with players of the same faction, but only if you're flagged for PvP. Your choice isn't permanent. You can change every 30 days.
Well then, another fox finds the den. I expect to see your name on many papers these days.
It does have great music,
Care
yes.
to bolster that reputation of yours some more? I also have equipment available, should you find the need.
Alright, now we can look at the faction board. This is what I remember from the launch of the game, is coming in here and grinding rep. And you can then earn these items based on the coins that you earn and the level of your rep. And this is when we get into, okay, specialty gear like the light. Like for example, this is probably medium. Nope, that's light. So like how would I How can you preview an item? Well, in any case, there's a whole set of gear that you can earn. Seals. Some of these to make backpacks, I think, too. There's also the weapons. Alright, cool. That's a secondary thing that we have unlocked now. I don't know that it's the best way to get gear, Martin, but it's one option. It's just another way for players to earn gear. Oh, there's a trial too. So I'm going to untrack a couple of things here because I don't need to be following these quest lines right now. We're going to go back to the main quest now. I think we did everything we wanted to do. We wanted to join a faction, craft our harvesting tools. The only thing I could do is I could go gather a bunch of fiber. But I kind of feel like that's something we could do at the end of the stream. I don't need to be out there grinding hemp right now. If I can work on the main quest. Yeah, that's what I've been working on is crafting. Because I like more crafted gear. So probably, like I said, probably towards the end of the stream, when we're winding down, I will go just mine a bunch of fiber so that we can make our next set. Because I only have the breastplate. Alright, let's get out of here. Is this the fast travel thing? No, it's over here. Jonas, Jonas, Jonas. You are back. Let's recall to the end because it's a freebie. Oh, what is this? Hold on, guys. I just got an... So, the developer of Hitman, IO Interactive, they've had the license to make a James Bond game for a little bit, and they've been working on something. Said their new project is hopefully going to be the start of a new trilogy, and it's going to focus on a young James Bond origin story. Project is going well. The studio is going to be sharing more details soon. That'll be fun. I love James Bond as a character, and the Hitman games are fun, you know, if a little bit grindy in certain mission objective areas, but still overall fun games. They're not my favorite franchise, and like I kind of more like preferred the Splinter Cell games a little bit more, but be that as it may, I love James Bond as a character, and that sounds like it's gonna be fun.
Ah, always good to welcome a guest to Oxborough, and one who appears to have means. The signs are auspicious today, you know. Whatever you came to our fair city looking for, I'm happy to help. You've only to ask.
What about the fisherman?
You're looking for Jonas, really? That is a rather outlandish notion. Are you a
Not really.
long-lost
I don't know. I
relative,
didn't really play the
caretaker?
Metal Gear games, no.
He's quite far gone, I'm sorry to say. Comes through town now and then, often raving about corrupted. I've asked him to bring his concerns to me to avoid worrying anyone, of course.
So why don't the corrupted concern you?
In Oxborough? Don't be absurd. This city was founded by the Roman legions centuries ago, including yours truly and my valiant husband, Centurion Mesha. In all this time, the city has never fallen. Jonas means well, but his fears are unfounded. That said, I don't know where he is. Ask Atticus at the inn, he'll know.
Okay. Speaking of Jack Johnson, I just heard I hear Chris is listening to a Jack Johnson playlist right now. Some photographs. I thought I turned player music off. Apparently I did not. Apparently I muted combat music and not other players' instruments.
If
It may take a
you
minute to
request a ballad
toggle
dedicated
that
to your
stuff off.
family's glory, you'll have to get in line. Half of Oxborough is acting on that craze just now. Or perhaps you're looking for something a little more nuanced.
I loved Daniel
Do
Craig
tell.
as Bond Gatorade. I definitely. My brother and I. So the Bond of my generation was Pierce Brosnan. So I was born in '80. So you know there was Living Daylights and all that stuff with Timothy Dalton in the '80s. But I was too young, you know. But by the time I got to be a teenager, when did GoldenEye come out? 93, 92, something like that. I was like 13, 14, and I was primed and ready for On a Top and Pierce Brosnan's James Bond. And I was ride or die with Pierce Brosnan all the way through until I saw the first Casino Royale with Daniel Craig, and I went, oh shit, this is James Bond. Like I've loved all the James Bonds, but I did like Daniel Craig's a lot, more than Brosnan's even. And I definitely, I've liked all of their performances over the years. I had a brother who's no longer around, and he was a huge Bond fanatic and had like all sorts of box sets and collector's editions, and he was a Sean Connery fan, like 100%. Even though it was way before he was born, like he was a Sean Connery fan of that version of Bond, and I think they've all done great. But Casino Royale for me was a different type of movie because it was like a modernized Bond away from all the gadgets and the funny, you know, one-liners, and moved it into, this is a gritty, dark Bond who's an assassin who's literally just a hitman for the British government. And, you know, it was parkour and, you know, still keeping the super sexy, fun side of Bond on the beach with beautiful women and the fast cars and lots of gadgets, but not like the cheesy throwaway lines and stuff. It was the gritty, darker side of Bond, and I've loved all Bonds, but I did like Daniel Craig. But I am also ready. I can't wait.
Oh, you're a friend of Jonas. How marvelously charming. I always worry after him. Quite lonely, the old man. but
Exactly, Tim Horn. There's
he
people
likes
out there,
that
that was
way.
it. There was James Bond with Sean Connery, and that was it for them.
Oh, I've offered to let him stay in my proprietor's guest suite, but he prefers his little hut on the pond north of the city. You'll find him there. Good luck.
She is listening to a really eclectic playlist today, because now she's listening to Bob Dylan. Oh, I probably could have fast traveled over that. I didn't see that at the time. Alright, we'll run over there. Uh-oh. I finally crashed it! Had my first crash with the PS5. Broken game, everybody. We need to go downvote on Steam because Amazon sucks and piece of shit. Blah 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 blah. Quick, everybody, let's make a thumbnail and Amazon fails. New World sucks. Is it too soon for a Bob Dylan movie? Yeah, Dennis, we need to talk about Amazon games. Oh my god. So I like Force Gaming. I like some of Force Gaming stuff, but he does that a lot. That's one of his shticks is we need to talk. I've done it a couple of times just to poke fun at people. I think we just did it with Shattered Space, didn't we? We need to talk about Shattered Space. And then it was all positive. I pissed so many trolls off that day. This is clickbait. No, it's not. It's just my version of needing to talk about the game was needing to talk about all the positive things, and the other videos you're watching are needing to talk about all the negative things. Oh, that's another one, IDK. The Amazon game situation is crazy. Hang on, guys. I may have to poke. We may have to have some fun with that today. I'm gonna put some notes in here. All right, we're totally gonna make 2 videos. I'll probably record them. I'll record one today and one tomorrow. But we're totally gonna do a we need to talk about this game video, and we're also gonna do a the Amazon game situation is crazy. We're gonna do 2 videos on that with really clickbaity thumbnails, and we're gonna sucker them in, everybody. We're gonna get them in. Oh, hang on. Yep. That's another one, Belnoth. Oh, the Ubisoft clickbait is some of the worst too, because people look at their share prices and like the discussions with the buyout with, and they're like, Ubisoft is doomed, and it's like, nah, it's just business. None of these mouth breathers have ever run a business before. If they had, they would understand that every business has ups and downs. Sometimes businesses sell off. Sometimes your products do well. Sometimes your products don't do well. Sometimes the market shifts. Sometimes, all these different factors. Any long-term business. Walmart, McDonald's, Ford Motor Company, Chevy, Toyota, GM Motors, General Electric, any of these companies have had ups and downs, have been near bankruptcy, bounced back, been purchased, sold off, bought back, rebought. Might be a perfect time to buy some Ubisoft stock, correct? Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I have bought some, I've got some Tesla stock. I got some Netflix stock. Not a lot. We're talking small penny stuff. Like, it's not a lot. It's not enough to retire on. But I have totally gone in when I think one of the better ones I've done was Unity. When Unity had gone really low, and I bought some Unity stock, and then they immediately announced there was something they were doing with like What a Workshop and I don't remember what it was, but like I had like a times 30 on that one. SpaceX is another good. I think SpaceX is a safe, but SpaceX is still. I thought SpaceX was still private.
I would ask you to walk softly, but the fish are already wise to me. Travel on, stranger. Ah, but you are familiar. Two voices, one mind. Yes, we've spoken before. What brings you to my hover? Or did I abandon you, or
Yeah,
did
any
I
big
just
company is going to
walk
restructure
ahead?
multiple times.
I
They're going to
walk
do
and
everything
get
they can
killed,
to avoid
and
solvency.
sometimes my memories stay behind.
So a
I
buyout
recall a
by
path
Tencent
you started to
is
follow.
not necessarily the end of the
But
world. I think a lot of
it
people
was
forget
one
that as an
I've
example,
already trodden.
guys, Grinding Gears Games, who owns Path of Exile, they are a majority owned Tencent company. But Tencent, usually, generally speaking, Tencent is very hands-off with the companies that it buys out. Epic, as an example. Epic is a Tencent partially owned company. But like Grinding Gears Games, who makes Path of Exile, they sold to Tencent like 6-8 years ago. Like that was their first huge investment money that allowed them to expand their team to hundreds of employees to start expanding on Path of Exile and go into development for Path of Exile 2. And yet, half of the gamers who love Path of Exile and who shit all over Tencent and how it's a horrible company and all those other things, they have no clue. They don't pay attention to the fact that their beloved game is owned by Tencent. But Tencent, generally speaking, is very hands-off. There's, they just want a cut of the pie. I don't necessarily think a buyout is the best thing for Ubisoft, but it's definitely a situation where they need to change their business model because the way they've been doing it is not working. And don't get me wrong, I like the Assassin's Creed games and everything else, and outside the Assassin's Creed franchise, they have some big money makers with mobile games and stuff. Ubisoft is a big company with its fingers in a lot of different pies. However, the insistence on creating a carbon copy of everything they do is definitely something where that carbon, it's kind of like Marvel movies. They were really cool for like 10 years, and then after the the second Avengers Endgame movie came out and they finished with phase 1, nobody has really given a shit about Marvel in phase 2 and phase 3. And the franchise has declined, not because it's a bad franchise, but because there is fatigue for the Marvel movie genre. It's the same thing with like the Assassin's Creed genre. There is a fatigue for the way that Ubisoft does its major franchises, and they're going to have to figure out a way to get around that fatigue with something original, unique, or going back to maybe something that worked before. But it's definitely a tricky thing because there's a lot of factors in it, and you have a lot of moving parts. There are hundreds of employees who are impacted by any sort of change you make. I think a lot of the comments that people lambast at these companies are extremely naive when they've never actually built a video game before, which is honestly why I am not a big-time developer, but I have spent 10 years in the industry. This is the first year I've not actively developed anything. Also the first year I've not written anything professionally. It's been nice to just sort of relax and only play video games this year. I literally think that most of the gamers who make these opinions about companies, it's kind of like if you don't like meat, but you rant about how this restaurant serves meat and it's bad and it's evil and it sucks and all this other stuff, like your opinion is literally invalid. Like, you're not a meat eater. Your opinion is invalid. Shut up. Stop breathing my air. Go away. I have now put you on mute. Like, it's like, if you have not developed a game, then your opinions on game development or monetization or all of these things, your opinion is invalid. I don't listen to you. Unless you have skin in the game and you've actually done it, then I will listen to you and be like, well, I agree to disagree, or I agree, or but if you don't have any skin in the game, I'm not going to even give you the courtesy of an agree to disagree. I'm going to tell you you're wrong, and I'm going to move on, because you are wrong. You haven't done it. Until you've done it, your opinion is invalid. That's literally how it works.
Me? A soul warden?
Have you ever owned a
No.
business? Nope.
That could not be.
Invalid opinion.
It is such a
Hot air.
pretentious sounding name.
Worthless.
And the Soul Wardens are all gone, lost, corrupted. Who knows? There is a tower not far. Go
Greater
get
Aid
your
says working on a
answers
dividend
there,
portfolio at the moment.
for
Only started
I
6-7 months ago.
have none
6-7
left.
months ago. Wish I knew what I was doing a little bit more. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. I'm starting late. I started investing late, and it'll take me a long time before I have anything to show for it. But I did a little bit of crypto a couple years ago. I started everything a couple years ago with my brother. We both kind of looked at things and said, hey, I mean, we've both done real estate stuff, but that's different than like stocks and stuff. And then my brother has literally, he started with a single cow when he was like 5 years old, and now he has hundreds of cattle and a big multi-million-dollar ranch. He's just been doing it for 30 years, so it accumulates over time. I spent most of my money in my 20s and 30s traveling the world and didn't purchase anything until I was almost 40, or a little bit after 40 was when I really started to sit down and go, you know what? I did all my traveling in my youth. A lot of people will wait until they're 60 to do their traveling. I did all my traveling from the time I was 19 till essentially 37. So a 20-year period where I traveled almost, pretty much every year, 3 to 6 months, and sometimes more depending on what projects we were working on. There you go, Gatorade. Like, time and place sometimes. I have a cousin of mine who did very well with Dogecoin. Like, very well with Dogecoin. Like, yeah, he was making thousands of dollars per month for a while with Dogecoin. But that bubble eventually burst, Do I think crypto's here to stay? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, people try really, really hard to make it work, and I can see the practical applications of it because centralized banking is terrifying, and it is corrupt, and it's scary. But if you can work within the system, it does work. But you have to understand how money works, and that's, we were talking about this the other day. Like, no one is taught money in grade school, so no one has a clue what money is or how money works. And it's only if you apply yourself and educate yourself on money, and once you understand how that all works, that then you can start.
We have fallen back to the tower. On all sides, the corrupted come for us. Our lines of defense are broken.
No, the government's not going to put a stop to it, Daniel, because they want their cut of the pie. So, like, look at the UK as an example. The UK is pretty much they're trying to force everyone towards a digital currency that they own and control, because they don't want people using cash. No government wants a citizenship that uses cash, because cash can be hidden, cash can be manipulated, you don't have to pay taxes if things are paid in cash. Like, there's lots of ways that cash hides things, and governments don't want you to hide anything. They want their cut of everything. So many governments are trying to push for their own version of a controlled crypto. Now, things like Bitcoin and etc. are a threat to that, which is why they don't necessarily want it. But yeah, you should look into like the UK trying to push their digital currency on everybody, because they really want to have their own crypto/digital thing. Because then it's a thing of like, well, we track everything. You know, imagine right now, like, let's say you get a speeding ticket, and you willfully choose not to pay that speeding ticket, right? You'll probably end up, and theoretically you would end up in court, but then if you didn't go to court, they would apply fines, and if you didn't pay the fines, they might issue an arrest warrant, and then they have to track you down and put you in jail. But all of that costs tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of man hours in terms of a drain on the system. So it would be much easier for them if they could just have a digital currency, and then you didn't, like, let's say you got a speeding ticket, there wouldn't even be the option to ignore it. If it's on a digital currency, it would immediately be taken out of your government-controlled bank account, you would immediately all that would be applied. Like your taxes would immediately be taken out. You know, you would have no option.
They have broken through. We no longer have means of escape, but we were able to seal the upper floors of the tower. Even now, I can hear them battering against our barrier. We have rationed our food and supplies, our weapons.
I don't remember the name of it. I'd have to go look it up.
They will not last.
And it's not something they're doing yet. It's something they have been attempting to get past.
Evidence contains nerves and quiet tears. The Soul Wardens search my face for composure. I cannot see them. I will not show them my stance.
Did we survive? Oh, we have to go in. I see. Was there a final thoughts video on Throne and Liberty? There was. It's called My Initial Review of Throne and Liberty, and it went out a few days ago. Find the clue.
Supplies are exhausted. The tower shudders under the assault. There is nowhere else to go. Soon, they will ascend the stair, and all will be lost. They beg me to run, to preserve the Order's future. I will not be the last Soul Warden. I will not abandon my post.
Okay, now we need to go back and talk to Jonas. Oh, that's right. We can't fast travel unless we're at a fast travel point. Ah! Oh, that's a big jump. Only the main ones have voiceovers, Malduke, so the ones tied to the, and not even all of the, so no, but only the ones, I've only seen ones that are tied to the main quest have voiceovers. And so far, it's only been the ones related to Jonas's quest. Because there were some other ones that did not have, but none of the side quests have voiceovers tied to them. That's why yesterday, after like the first 4 hours of the stream, I just told people, because I was doing voiceovers for all of them, and I was reading all of them, and it's like, I can't do that. I'm going to destroy my voice. I'm live for 6 to 8 hours a day, and I'm recording videos outside of that. Like, I can't read every line of dialogue in this game. Not going to happen.
You have been to the tower then, have you?
Same thing with the Rogue Trader did that, and it's like, I can't read everything, guys. I'll paraphrase when I need to, but most of the notes are just fluff, so they're great if you want to take the time and read through them, but it is just fluff for lore. But it is really good lore if you want to take the time to read it. The only downside that I have with them is a lot of them are found in areas where there's combat, so it's like you try to start reading and suddenly you're getting attacked. It's better just grab them and bail and read them later. because it's too hard to try to stay alive while you're getting beat on when you want to read a little note.
Sadness. Regret. I have stemmed the waters of memory for many years. But the dam is breaking. I will tell you what happened. We were not the first to stand against the corrupted. Heroes of a lost age once harnessed the magic of the ancients to defend Aeternum. Delving into a tomb of legend, we found the ancient rites those heroes employed, and the Soul Warden Order was born. Harnessing the ancients' magics, Romano blessed us with a bulwark against corruption's influence. But this gift came at great sacrifice. We would never be the same again. Our newfound powers carried us to many victories. I began to believe we could actually vanquish corrupted. But the Crimson Sorcerer was a wily foe. He learned our secrets and exploited them. One by one, my fellow wardens became corrupted. The Tower of Arcturus is where we made our stand. In a final act of desperation, Constanza and I would leap from the heights. But in the end, I was alone. I have tried to honor the memory of my fallen friends, but the memories are too much. I am no longer a Soul Warden. There are no Soul Wardens anymore. There now. My story is complete. And you know the truth of who and what I was. End of my failure. I truly am the last. All that the Order was, all that it will be in this decaying mind of mine. I am sorry. You have come to me seeking a way to fight the darkness within. But I have nothing to offer.
So what if I become a Soul Warden?
That is a terrible idea. The process required to
So this is where they blend some of the old stuff from the launch of the game 3 years ago with the new stuff that they've got going on. Because this quest definitely existed in a somewhat similar format when the game... Because I remember doing this, you gotta get the Azoth staff, become one of the Soul Wardens, etc.
Even if you were to pursue
But it's much better now. It's much more refined, and it makes more
would need to
sense.
forge a weapon capable of combating corruption, and that would be difficult indeed. The angry Earth is no longer generous with its seeds of power. There was
Nick too just
once
just
a
caught that you did like traveling when you were young too. Yeah, Chris and I.
She spoke on the angry Earth's behalf. You might.
I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago.
But getting her to give you a living seed.
Chris still wants to go to Japan and Egypt.
Don't say I didn't.
Those are the only two places, and she didn't care about traveling when we were dating. It wasn't until we were serious about things that she started getting involved with my existing brand at the time, and so she started going where I was going for work, and then she got the travel bug. But I think Japan and Egypt are the only two places she's talked about wanting to go at some point. Egypt would be cool, Japan would be cool, but I've already seen all the places that were on my bucket list, so I'm satisfied as far as my travel stuff. I don't really miss it too much because I really hate airports anymore. I just don't like the whole international travel is a pain in the ass with like immigration lines and baggage stuff and lines and more lines, and it's just a nightmare to travel anymore. You know, It is what it is. I wouldn't mind doing some more traveling just for fun, because we did it for a living for so long that it was like, you know, it was cool. It's kind of like I don't use my camera anymore professionally, nor do I ever care to use it professionally ever again. Like my time as a professional photographer is done. Been there, done that. Made a living at it. Had a great time with it. Won some awards. You know. Now I'm happy to play video games. You know, and at some point I'll be done with this, and I will move on to the next chapter of my life, which will be just probably going back to my roots of writing science fiction fantasy full time until I'm too old to do that anymore. And then I'll just potter around my little homestead until I'm worm food. Seth said, finally caved and bought the game last night. Good lord, it's a blast. It really is. You just inspired me to make another video. Actually, I gotta write this down. Game's great, Blazin'. Alright, we got some goodies. Nothing that I care to have. Alright, I'm gonna hit the head. I'll be right back, guys. All right. I like the statue that's just abandoned over here in the corner. Really cool. All right, we need to return to Oxborough and ask in town about the Huntress. Excuse me. You're welcome, EcoVV. You been liking the homestead videos? Nice. There's no real difference, Eco. So Eco's saying, have you done a video about what it's like being a streamer from Mexico versus the US? It's no different. Like, it's literally no different. Like, I was just up at my brother's ranch in June streaming on his Starlink. Down here, I've got a cable connection. I've got a fiber connection. I don't have the same internet that I had in the city, but it's doable. Like, I have the cable connection I have is a 350 down, the 26 up, something like that. And then I have a local fiber company that just started last year that it's a 15 down, 15 up symmetrical, and that's my backup. But I'm only using 6,000 on the upload because that's what Twitch limits us at. So I only need, like, technically you could stream on Twitch with a 10 megabyte upload. So as long as you're anything beyond like 15, any upload beyond 15 to 20, honestly, you're fine for streaming. It's overkill for streaming purposes. Now uploads, that's another story, because it's the better the upload, the faster you can upload, which is always nice for video creation. Shit, I've been doing this online. I remember when I was first making a living on the internet. I remember at one point living out in the middle of nowhere, and I had like a 1.5 mega upload, and I was able to make a living off of that. But that was before we were doing video calls and conference calls and Zoom and Discord and all of this stuff. It was just the occasional Skype call. But like, I remember trying to upload videos was a nightmare, because it'd be like I'd have like a 4 gigabyte video to upload from like a travel thing we went and did. I would literally just leave the laptop on and go to bed. It'd take like 8 hours to upload it. But I was making a living, so it was like, it is what it is. But it was nice, you know, it was nice having gigabit service when I was in the city. Gigabit service is nice in terms of just flexing, and when you're uploading big files. Like if you're gonna do in 4K, then it's nice to live in an area where you can do fiber. I would not be able to do 4K where I live. I could not. I just can't. I can't do 4K where I live. It's and it's even the at least 4K streaming. But you can't 4K stream anyway. Twitch is just now starting to allow 1440 streaming. Just now, as in the last couple of months, is starting to look at adding more codecs so that you can stream in 1440. Like, you the viewer can't see more than 60 frames per second because Twitch doesn't allow it. You the viewer aren't going to see 4K because Twitch doesn't allow it. And if I'm using low latency mode on YouTube, which I do, so that the chat latency matches up with Twitch, since I multi-stream, I'm not allowed to stream on 4K resolutions on YouTube because I'm using low latency mode. You can only do normal latency mode or beyond if you want to stream in 4K on YouTube. So there's all sorts of restrictions that the average person doesn't know about. That basically means that just there's no reason to try to stream in greater than 1920 by 1080, and there's no reason for a game to ever go more than 60 frames because it's only ever going to be me that sees it. Ekov over on YouTube, I have a members only section on YouTube where I talk about a ton of things related to life here, our cost of living. We do analysis videos around YouTube and Twitch. We do analytics. We do income reports. We talk about all that stuff. So if you're interested in those kind of things, YouTube, member section, behind the member paywall is all those types of videos. I thought I turned player music off, and yet I'm still hearing player music here. Because, yeah, that's one of the reasons we have the homestead, is because it's much more affordable. No, it's all good. New faces, new questions. That's why I have a huge... I have 7,000 videos on YouTube, guys. I have a huge back catalog. Huge. Mute other players' musical instruments. On. I could swear I turned that on earlier. And over on the Homestead channel, even, there's a couple of things like there's a video on how much we paid for our place. Cash money. So we own this place outright.
My
Paid
hunch
for
about
it
this
in
town
cash.
was right. Did you know the jewelers deal in gold plating? These pampered city folk truly can't tell the difference. But what have you been up to?
Looking for a huntress. Is what
Well,
I've been
now, that's a bit strange. I was just hearing tavern talk the other day about some wild woman in the wood. Like a ghost. Disappears when you look at her. I'd ask the captain of the scouts. I'll wager he knows something.
I bet he does. Asked Captain Dubois. Matter of fact, yesterday I even think, Ekov, we delved into a tiny little bit on the stream where we were talking about the last time I looked at like the cost of health insurance for Chris and I, if we were living in the US, the cost of the gold edition health insurance is more money than our entire cost of living where we live.
I know one knows sniffing for
Just
information
like,
when
no.
I see one. I have certainly lived
I have
here long
universal
enough.
health care. Like,
We'll
I'm
get
not
on
going to
with
give
it
that
then.
up
What do you want to know about?
to spend so much money on health care. Tell me about the wild woman in the forest.
There's legends, and then there's truth.
Yes, Chrono,
People
when do
talk
we get to
nonsense.
dual wield
Say
pistols?
the
I would love
huntress
to
is
know
part
that.
animal or some kind of spirits. She's actually just a recluse. Makes a shrine near the mines to the north her home. I'd look there.
Alright, we're almost to the point where I left off during the open beta. Okay. Oh yeah, I've already got a fast travel point up there. Booyah. Exactly, like Nictu says. One of the reasons I live in the woods, says Nictu, it's paid for and the taxes are under $300 a year. Yeah, that's another thing where we live. Like, taxes are, like, property taxes. So, as an example, I would have to ask Chris, actually. I think our property taxes are like $30 a year. Like, it's super cheap. And then, there is no water bill here. There's no monthly water bill. There's no there's no meter. So the way it is, we just pay an annual water bill. It's like $15 for the whole year, and we just have water. I could flood the streets, and it wouldn't cost me a dime more than what I pay. But it's not like that everywhere. We just happen to live in a small town where the city government does it that way. So I don't have a water bill. When we lived in the city, we had a water bill. When we lived in Cancun, Playa del Carmen, we always had a meter. So you paid per use, but here where we live now, like, there's no water bill. It's just you pay your $15 a year and you have water. Electric, however, electric here is just as expensive as it is anywhere else. Like, I spend... Now, what's interesting here is that during the hot months, May 15th through October 15th, I believe, or it's March 15th. I think it's May 15th through October. It's like a 6-month period of the year. The government subsidizes the electric bill, so my electric bill costs way less during the summer months because the government is paying a large chunk of that. But from October to May, I pay full price. But I use the air conditioner less. But if I have like a hot October, for example, into November, and I'm still running the AC 24/7 in this office, you know, it'll cost me... It'll be $150 a month for electric to run like my AC 24/7, which is what I would be paying anywhere else to cool down a room of this size and for the rest of our home. But then when it's subsidized during the summer, I think we only pay like $40, $30 or $40 a month for our electric. And I run that AC 24/7 for this office. Yeah, Maldu,
You
property taxes
trespass
will get
on
you.
sacred ground, human. The angry earth do not want you here. I hope you have.
I
good
want her
cause.
outfit. Like when I was playing by Ranger, I was like, please let me have her outfit. Like I would love to have that outfit and the quiver and everything.
You tread on what was once hallowed ground, human. Whatever
Maybe not
your
the
purpose
horns,
coming here,
but I
it
like
is
the.
misguided. Go back to your settlement.
It's like my night elves in World of Warcraft all have like leaves in their beards, and I love the leaves like in her hair.
No surprise. Your kind are always speaking, never listening. That is why so few of you can hear the whispers of the angry earth. You say you've come to see me, but I see only darkness dwelling behind your eyes. The actions of your kind have already tainted this place. So, what purpose have you now?
I came to ask
You are
a favor.
wasting your time.
So like, there's a guy I follow on
It is the
on
evil of your kind
YouTube.
that
Let me pull him up
spreads
really
across
quick.
the land, poisoning.
I could point you guys in this direction. I've
This
talked about this
fountain,
guy.
once a source of
I'm
life
gonna
and
look this
power,
up.
now fouled.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull this up on my other. I'm gonna pull it up here instead of on mobile. Martin. Aha. So, I haven't watched the full series in a while. I'm gonna drop this into chat for everybody because I think it's an interesting. Channel, and I've talked about him for our channel members a few times. So this guy's a retired photographer, filmmaker, and travel writer, right? And he has this YouTube channel dedicated to this homestead that he purchased in the Italian Alps. I'm gonna put this in chat here, Mart. I think I spelled that wrong. M-I-R-T-I-G-N. So he's a Dutch dude. I put this in YouTube and Twitch for everybody who wants to take a look at that. Since we're on the subject, he has a YouTube channel dedicated to his homestead in the Italian Alps, and it's a fascinating. Like, he's built the channel up now over the past several years since he bought the property. So he spent, and I'm remembering off the top of my head because I haven't watched the full series in a couple of years, but I started following him a couple years ago, like when he was about a year into the project, and I've just since followed along. And he's been documenting 100% of that journey. It cost him around, I think it was around $20,000 US for the property with the 2 abandoned buildings on it. And then it cost him about another $7,000 in taxes, fees, and local ordinances because he had to do things by the book because those buildings are protected. So they can only be remodeled a certain way underneath Italian guidelines related to the preservation of old structures. So he can't change things like the doorways and the windows and all this other stuff. Hey, Chris, ¿cuánto es nuestros impuestos anual en esa propiedad? De la casa, sí. ¿Con descuento cuánto? So if you pay it early, it's cheaper than I thought. Chris said it was like, that's like $10. Or like $12. Yeah, our property taxes are between $12 and $15 every year, depending on if she pays it early, because you get a discount if you pay early, or if you're late and you pay late and you pay a fee. Okay. She said it can get up to $25 if you don't pay with the discount. So they basically give you half off if you pay it early. So yeah, like $15, $25 for the whole year for property taxes. It also, but yeah, that depends on the size of your property and everything else. Anyway, the guy just linked. He bought that property for like 20 grand, put like 7 into it for taxes and everything else, and then he bought it as is. Here's the land, no infrastructure on it, and the 2 abandoned buildings that he has been over the last 3 years has been renovating that buildings. He built the chicken house, the chicken coop, did all these different things. No, that is not. No, not in the USA. No. My homestead is in Mexico. Anyway, but the guy we're talking about is in Italy. So he did his whole thing up in the Italian Alps for under 30,000, and then he has since been working on it over the last 3 years, funded entirely by his YouTube channel, right? And he has since done a ton of stuff to renovate the property and add a bunch of structures and get the old buildings. It's been a fascinating documentation project to follow along with, the channel I just linked. And that's the sort of stuff I like pointing people towards, because there are lots of options, but you have to be willing to go places. You can do it even in the US, but you have to be willing to go off the grid and be willing to go dig your own well and have solar panels, and you may have to pay to get electric run. You don't have to be off the grid. Like, you can get electric and everything. Because that guy, Martin, he has electric, he has internet, he has, he got water, like all those things, But he had to get the services installed. But it was about 30 grand to get up and going, and then over the time, I think he spent about roughly the same. But it's been all funded by YouTube. It's been a cool project to watch unfold. Chris says, as a vet player, I must say New World's very good. Monetization is very bad, a big downer for me. What are you crying about the monetization for, Chris? There is no monetization. It's buy to play, bro. You pay for it, you play it. You don't have to pay for any other monetization. Like, there is no monetization. What are you on about, Chris? Got to call you out on that, man. There's no monetization in this game. I paid for the game. I'm playing the game. I'm not spending a dime beyond what I paid to play. What monetization are you speaking of? Because it doesn't exist. Like,
the flow of
there is no,
that
like,
once fed the fountain has become blocked.
I don't pay a monthly subscription
By the crimson
or anything.
plague
I
that's
bought the
overcome
game.
the
I own the
nearby
game.
mine.
I'm playing the game.
Very well. If you
What
can destroy
monetization
whatever
is
vile
there?
cankers have grown in the mine, we will hear your request.
I don't have any
Otherwise,
microtransactions,
be gone.
Ekov, at all. 0 microtransactions for me as a player. You've all been watching me stream this game. Like, have I ever once done a microtransaction? Have I ever once needed to pay for anything? Nope. Bought the game, own the game, have access to 100% of the content. Blunderbuss. Oh, I unlocked a 3rd slot. I did not see that for foods and stuff. Oh, can I equip that? I totally can. Oh, that's a 3rd buff I can run. Sweet. Do I have to... Oh, I guess you just run over the top of those. Up, 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 up. Get attacked here. How many of these do I need? Okay, that's done. I need to cut down tendrils. These are the ones that were tricky to get last time. I remember this gift. You have to run around and find them because they respawn in different places. Uh-oh, somebody was wow, because I got attacked. I still have yet to see any follow-up, though, on proof that this game has any monetization, because I've yet to see anybody actually provide me with any sort of proof that this game requires you to spend a dime beyond the base cost to play the game. Haven't seen it. No one's yet provided me with any proof. I've seen people claim that there's horrible monetization. Yet to see where. No proof. Zero proof given. Xbox charging you a subscription or PlayStation charging you a subscription has nothing to do with Amazon, so that's not tied to this game having bad monetization. So I'm waiting if anybody can provide me with proof that this game has monetization. Remember, it's a buy-to-play game. You buy it, you own it, you play it. I don't understand what monetization people are claiming that this game has, considering you can buy it and you own 100% of the content. So I'll wait. Chat's there, everybody. Is that a tendril? Alright, we need one more tendril. Oh, there's one. Good morning, Nebula. Nick says all games today have a cash shop. They will continue to have those here in the business to make a game. Zen of Games says, I agree. I've played quite a long time, never spent money beyond the original purchase and the expansion. Nick 2 also says it doesn't have any monetization, although there are cosmetics if you want. Ah! See, Nick 2 just said the thing that I was waiting for somebody to say, which no one has actually said yet. None of the people who claim that there's monetization have ever actually pointed out this fact. Let me get out of this place, get this particular quest done. Okay. Get out of here before I delve into the next part of my discussion. What are they all farming right here? There must be like a named boss that spawns there or something. So, this game has an optional battle pass and an optional cosmetic store and convenience store. Optional. Remember that word. That word is key. Optional, as in not required to play the game. As in, you buy the game, you own the game.
But your support will not be forgotten.
People also tried to claim that Diablo 4 had horrible, scummy monetization. You know how much money I've spent on Diablo 4 apart from the base game? And I've got probably 100 plus hours in Diablo 4. Guess how much money I've spent on Diablo 4 outside of the base game, everybody. Zero. Big fat zeros. Why? Because the cosmetic store doesn't mean shit to me. I don't care about the cosmetics. I only play the game. This store, optional. At no point in time are you mandatorily obligated to spend money here for anything. Do you want to play the game? Play the game. You don't have to pay for anything beyond playing the game. You can pay for things if you want. There are cosmetic items that you can pay for. There's also character services like transfers. Lots of skins, weapon skins, mount skins, consumables, emotes, all these different camp skins. Cosmetic. Optional. Oh, but you have to pay real money to transmog your characters. No, you don't. You can earn those currencies in-game. You can choose to pay for them in the cash shop if you would like. But are you mandatorily obligated to use transmog in this game? Is it part of the content of the base game? Is it tied to the storyline and progression of your character? No? Well, oh my, where is this monetization you're talking about? Where is the supposed corruption, the supposed scammy tactics? Where does it exist? I don't see it. I have yet to see a single player provide me with any proof that this game has scammy monetization or horrible monetization. It's that some people have it, they've been programmed to think that cosmetic is pay to win, and it's not. Cosmetic is not pay to win. I will never pay a single dime on this game above than what I paid for the
but
box
you should
cost.
know that the angry earth is capable of defending
There's
itself
nothing in
against
those
corruption.
cosmetic stores that I want or need.
Our secrets belong to
I'm here
us
for the
alone.
story and to play
But
the
we have
game.
been known to
Like,
offer some boons to those who prove to be our loyal allies.
I'm not required to pay for access to anything beyond the $70 or $60 or whatever it was that I paid for the pre-order. I think it was $60.
You have done your part, so I will hear what you came
Torsion
here to
says
say.
got my money's worth
But
the first time when I
warn you,
played at the initial
I
launch.
have no sympathy for the plight of humans in the battle against corruption. It is not our fight.
I need a seed of the angry earth.
Do you even realize how much you ask? How much your kind has already taken?
Yeah, I don't do PvP either, Nick, too. That's why, for me, it's like the battle
angry
pass is like,
earth
oh,
will
I might
want
be able to
know
earn
the
some cool
truth.
cosmetics.
Do you plan
Okay.
to use this seed to
Don't
fight
care.
corruption? You are honest, aren't you? Good. We loathe deceit. Perhaps on that account I will make your request. But tell me, do you know why humans fall to corruption, but the angry earth does not? Because corruption's power feeds the ego, your kind's great weakness. Angry earth has no ego, and that is how it offers protection. Try this tincture recipe. I believe it will help you.
Tinctures. Cloth dress of the century. I don't want a dress. Should I wear the dress? Have we transitioned in this game too, everybody? Hang on. Do I need to get my pink wig out? That's not a dress. Yeah, I think that's what it was referring to. Drimrom was just like dress shirt, not an actual dress. However, I think it's missing the word, because it should say dress shirt, and instead it just says dress. Gore's Rivercrest. That bear mount is pretty cool, not gonna lie. The sound effect in particular when that thing rumbles by. I mean, mine's cool because of the wolf howl. Oh, he didn't do the howl this time, he just did a growl. But that bear, that guttural bear growl every time gets me. It's like, wow, okay, there's something nearby that's gonna eat me. Oops, I think we gotta go around the other side. Okay. Mortar and pestle. Talk to Adiana again. Oh, that's not her. That's Sauron, apparently.
There now. That will afford you some protection, whether or not your request for the seed is granted. I communed with the elements while you were away, but they have not yet given an answer. Your sincerity has impressed me. That is the only reason we are still speaking. But I think it will take more than sincerity to earn the trust of the angry earth.
What do I need to work on?
The Ebonbrock caverns nearby are overrun with the corrupted. While they may pose no direct threat to the angry earth, they are a scourge on the land.
Okay, got you covered.
You alone could not hope to achieve that. No. Destroy as many as you can, and see if you can discover the source of this most recent incursion. I suspect they are looking for something.
Notebook. Gotta put something down. Darren says, you asked a couple minutes ago what they were farming at the quarry. They're all farming WS. I have no idea what WS is, Darren. What does that refer to? Weapons skill? Now, I'm assuming that's some sort of, if that's the case, I'm assuming that's some sort of bot system where people just set up a bot and then they just sit there and leave it to autocast or something. Or are they just manually sitting here and spamming buttons because there's so many mobs around? Range pulling mobs, tanks holding aggro, everyone else spams AoE. Okay, so it's just okay. It's a way of farming. I know it's funny as shit on like the classic servers, World of Warcraft Classic, to watch the bots run around because they'll like spawn and they have a set path that they'll follow to go to like the nodes. It's quite amusing because you can literally follow the bots as they spawn and they run off and they all, it's like 50 bot characters running off in the exact same line, and then they take a left over here and then they go right over here. Bots exist in all sorts of games. It's generally pretty funny. But if it's people just legitimately farming, I would not want to grind weapon skills. But I guess if I was playing PvP, maybe it matters. Oh, the spawn rates are ridiculously fast. Yeah. Defeat corrupted forces. I need to search the feasting hall. Push it off the mountain and let him drown. That's hilarious. You go ahead and hold your shield there, buddy. Oh, he blocked. Well, here, have another grenade to the face. Block that. No, Dave, I hate it. It's the worst game I've ever played. It absolutely sucks ass. I'm only slightly facetious. Investigate the cavern, it says. we've gotten everything out of here we can. Need to go scope out this cave. Oh yeah, it's totally buttery smooth, Envy. Like, it's... I've got a video that's in my notes to make, which is talking about the, like, the polish and the optimization and...
Your arrogance will be your end. You will join us or be drained of life.
God, that's a cool looking character model right there.
Resist the god. You have seen the truth and the vision. Please, waste no more time resisting. Seize your birthright and join me.
Birthrights. Birthrights are scary things, man. I always forget about the rush, dash, whatever it's called.
My companion has told me all that transpired in the cavern. Not even I knew of the shrine the angry earth harbored there. That they have succeeded in corrupting it is troubling beyond measure.
I think, yeah, more games than overall. I think just all games, it's a good idea if you can launch them in as many places as possible to give players lots of options to play them. Like
I prefer to believe this in
Tales of the
anomaly.
Shire, as an example, it's not
Precautions
only
must
coming
be
out to
taken.
all of the normal devices,
I must visit the Motherwell
Xbox,
and
PlayStation,
commune with the
PC,
primal
Switch.
spirits there.
It's also coming to Netflix Gaming, which is a whole nother new platform that not a lot of people are using, but Netflix is making a big push in gaming, and so Tales of the Shire is trying to be everywhere to everybody. And I definitely think that that's a good thing. Now, not every game is... It takes a lot of dev money to make things available on all different platforms. And it also depends on the complexity of the game. An online MMO type game where you have networks and servers, that's complicated shit. Like, that's way more complicated than something like Tales of the Shire, where it's just a single player crafting survival cozy. It's not even survival, it's just like a crafting farming sim of living your life as a hobbit in the Shire. No networking involved in that. It's just, here's a game. So they can launch it in lots of different places. They don't have to worry about crossplay. They don't have to worry about cross progression. They don't have to worry about any of that integration. It's just a simple transaction for a product. But I will always give credit to companies who do simultaneous launches, because it drives me absolutely up the wall when a game will say, like, coming out on Steam, and that's it. Only a PC version. And it's like, I get it. Not everyone has the budget. But at the same time, I get it. Not everyone has a budget, you know? In a perfect world, everyone would have a budget.
Return to your instructor. Convey to him that our gift and the reprieve that comes with it.
Because our point and click
is not
that we've been
without
working
condition.
on, my brother's
Should
getting
your
ready to do
kind
the port
abuse
over
it,
to
we
Unreal
will
5 this
visit our
winter.
wrath upon you.
And he's looking at that being something that's going to launch on Switch, PC, Xbox. We're trying to have it be everywhere. We're trying to have that be an everywhere title because there's no networking involved. It's just a point-and-click game. But there
It
still is
grants
the
what
port
your
to
kind
Unreal 5 to take
lacks,
place
a
and some
connection
other
to
stuff.
the earth itself.
Yeah, Tales of the Shire is going to be good.
You have what you came for, so be grateful. This will strengthen your soul against the evil that seeks to claim it. Now be gone, human.
Frodo, I didn't even see you over there. What's up, buddy? Are you not awake yet? No. Alright, we need to return to Jonas. Point and clicks are nice, relaxing. We've got one. It's kind of like the old Quest for Glory, Space Quest stuff. There's no combat. It's just puzzles and dialogue and lots of fun stuff. It's in beta phase right now. And about to get a port over from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. This winter sometime. We were supposed to have it out at the beginning of this year, but then my brother got sidetracked with that massive move with the family, so that took precedence because that was a big multi-million-dollar thing. That's a future of his family. So he parked it, and then this winter he's getting into it and porting it over to Unreal 5. Might have it out by next spring. There's a demo up, though, for anybody who wants to play it.
It is a relief to see you return. Though my heart trembles to harbor hope again, it's too late to turn back.
Let me go pull up the
You were able
website
to
real
get
quick.
a living seed of
I
the
think the
angry earth
demo's still on the website. We ran everything through the Patreon for 3 years, and then at the beginning of this year, we published the novel, finished up the tabletop stuff, and it's all just done. We're done with the project at this point. It's just a matter of point and click's the only thing left. I think you have to go to the newsletter. Let me double check here. Yeah, so this is the website. There's 2 websites. Give me a second here. I have not updated one of these websites. Maybe I shouldn't share these out because the Patreon has been changed over and I never updated the website. How do I get the demo? That takes you... Yeah, okay, perfect. So, this is the company. I'm going to share 2 links. Either way, just sign up to the newsletter. That'll follow the links, and you'll eventually get sent to a landing page where you can download the demo. Put that into Twitch and YouTube chat right now. There are 3 years of dev diaries up on our Patreon page. It's all paywalled stuff because we supported that project with the Patreon. But the Patreon is now my personal Patreon again. We just diverted it for a few years to cover that game dev project. But that was a big multi-part project. So we did it like Tracy Hickman and his wife did Dragonlance. It started off as a fantasy world, which had a tabletop world. So it's a tabletop campaign with modules. And then out of that tabletop world, the modules had main characters that you interacted with. Those main characters are part of the first novel in this series, which is a Dragonlance style series. The book is available on Amazon in print, digital, paperback. Paperback, hardback, I meant to say paperback, hardback, digital. And then there's also the point-and-click adventure game, which is set in the same time period. And they all sort of link to each other with main characters and everything else. Tabletop got published in 2022. I think was when we published the Tabletop sourcebook and the first module. We did an actual play series on YouTube and Twitch. Actually, it might have only been YouTube. I don't remember. Or it might have only been Twitch. I don't remember. It's been a few years ago. And then we did the novel, which was published last year in digital. And then this past January, like 8 months ago or whatever, it came out in paperback and hardback. And then technically, I was going to push the hardback version of the sourcebook live, of the Tabletop sourcebook live this summer. But we just do everything through Amazon, and I'm not a graphic designer, and Amazon was having issues with bleed edges on a bunch of the images in our source book, and it's like 200 pages of art that I need to go through and like fix, and it's like I don't have the time or the energy to do that. So that only exists in print, or digital, I should say. Matter of fact, here's actually the cover art for our. I haven't shown this one. This is the cover art for our source book. Really brilliant artist out of Korea, South Korea. Kira did this artwork. She did the book cover, the point-and-click adventure game cover, and our tabletop cover. Yeah, but the demo's up. Just follow the links. There's a newsletter to sign up to. But we haven't actively done anything with the project since like January, because my brothers, they started their move in like September or October of last year or something like that. And then the point and click just has been sitting in a demo state since then, beta state, I should say. I think he's only got 2 zones left, 2 little scenes to add to it, and then it's just porting everything over to Unreal 5. So that's his winter project this year. He usually gets about 5-6 months every winter when he works on projects. And then once that's done, we will decide whether or not we're going to self-publish or look for a publisher for that
The Angry
game.
Earth are not our allies by any... We have but one component of our conduit. Vital though it may be, we must now craft the staff that will contain it. Through it, you will draw on the power of your own soul to destroy corruption.
That was like 3 years. I think that project took about 3 years. A little less than that, but roughly 3 years from start to finish.
Yes. The relationship between Azoth and the soul
That was my wife, my
is
brother, and I.
complex, but
And a bunch of
it is
contractors.
this dynamic that gives a
And that one was
soul
fully
warden
funded
their
through
strength.
Patreon.
When focused through an Azoth staff, it can perform many wonders. We will start with the haft. The trees from which they were once carved no longer grow on Aeternum. The only way is to find one of the hafts we
No
hid
longer
away
grows on
as
Aeternum.
the days darkened. The ancient ruins of Canis contain such a cache.
And if any of those links are busted, guys, let me know tomorrow, by the way. Or whenever. Because I haven't checked those links in like at least a year.
I fear that is a question none remain to answer. The ancients disappeared thousands of years ago.
But the
We
demo's
simply
like,
use the ruins to find
just
sanctuary
depends on how
from
deep
the
you go into it.
corrupted.
It's between 20 and 45
In
minutes
some
long.
cases, it worked. Let us hope Canis is one of them.
Alright, now we gotta go over here and search for a hidden cache. Lurking while working, says Eco. Nothing wrong with that. Technically, I need to start thinking about moving over to World of Warcraft, but I'm like debating whether or not I want to do WoW today. I'm like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll just keep playing New World. I don't have to do anything in World of Warcraft at the moment is the thing. I just have a ton of quests I'd like to get done, and I still want to get my seasonal stuff done for the delves. But at this point, it's just Saturday nights are the big nights because we do raids on Saturday nights. But we're just normal modes, so I don't have to worry about being sweaty about the gear or anything like that. And then I think the anniversary raids start maybe next week. The guild's going to start doing those on Friday nights, and I'll probably do a couple of those. But I've already, I mean, you can always go grind more gear, but at the same time, I've already got a good enough gear scored, you know, so it's not like I have to worry about it, because we're not doing heroics or mythicals. If we were doing heroics and mythicals, I would have to worry about the gear grind. That's the beautiful part about being a non-sweaty guild, is you don't have to worry about that shit. Use the teleporter to enter Kenny's. Oh, I think this is the one I remember doing during the open beta where you have to crawl, maybe? Yeah, this is where it teaches you to crawl. I do remember this. What's up? Uh-oh. Christine, is that Mary or Smeagol? I thought it was Mary for a minute. Smeagol, come here. Oh, you're gonna ignore your daddy? Where's he going? Hey, your boy just heard you come in. Did you see that? No, did you see that? He just turned over and went, Mommy! Chris just let some kitty cats in here. I may have to go play cat dad for a second if he's not going to be good. Oh, you're bringing Pippin in too. Huh? I did not take her this morning. No. What's that? Yeah, you should take her. And then if you want help, we can go ahead and wash her right now. Unless, yeah, go take her to the bathroom. She hasn't been on all morning. And then we can wash her. And we'll do. I can take 5 minutes off stream and help you with that. All right, I need to go back and talk to Jonas. I think he's under the bed. Do we ever plan to eventually do heroic? No, no. Literally, I don't think he's in chat right now. But if you ever see Babylonia in chat, this iteration of the guild was co-founded with Babylonia. And we also have Maduros, who's been around for like 7 or 8 years with our various gaming community. He's always an officer. And we got some new people as well. But basically, Babylonia, myself, Maduros, Kel, those guys. We've been, I mean, some of these guys I've known for like 10 years. None of us give a shit about the gear grind. And we don't care about any of that stuff. And we've been at the top. Like, we've all been hardcore raiders back in the day. We've been there, done that, seen it. There's no desire for many of us. So one of the core foundation principles in our charter for the guild is that it's 100% story first. Story is the only priority. So we do everything on like story mode. The most difficult thing we will do is normal mode raiding, because that does require a modicum of coordination and paying attention to mechanics and people having, you know, at least paying some attention to like their gear and their specs and everything else, but you don't actually have to stress about it. So no. Now there are guild members who do mythical dungeons on a regular basis. The farthest I'll go is when the weekly rolls around, where it's go do mythic zeros for the weeklies. I'll do those, but that's that's as far as I'll dip my toes in, because our whole principle is founded on most of us are old people with crappy reflexes and grainy eyes and arthritis and tendonitis and back problems, and I can't see shit. My peripheral's gone. Like, we've all got various things that keep us from being like the elite of the elite of the elite, and we just like to chill and relax.
Well, now, it's been an age since
There
I
he
laid
is.
eyes
Smeagol.
on one of these. It
Come here.
brings back
You wanna say hi?
many memories.
Come here. Say hi to everybody.
Not all of
You'll just
them
want to jump up on the back
painful
of my chair.
either.
Oh. Yes, meow, meow, meow. What's up? No, no. All right, never mind. If you're going to scratch at the chair, we're not going to be here. We're not going to let you do that. Monster. Come on. You ready to go out? No. Now you're fighting me for it because you want to claw the back of the chair. You're a monster. Come here.
Yeah, yeah.
Do I got to put you back out? You're going to go sleep in the chair. Yeah, he needs to go out. There he goes. Do you want to wash her or no? ¿Quieres lavarla or no? Okay. Are we going to be recruiting? We might, Nebula. We had some discussions at the beginning of the year, and we decided not to do any further recruiting this year because we don't need it for raids. And we have a really core group of people who are really tight. I'd say there's about 30 of us who regularly play. There's probably 200 people in the community overall, but there's about 30 who regularly play together on a regular basis in World of Warcraft. And then we have people who dip in, like we played in Shrouded this year for a few months together, and so we had some people who went into that. We're going to be doing Dune Awakening together as a guild next year. And I think at some point we will open it up to more people, but the one thing is I don't care to have an Asmongold guild where it's like I just accept everybody out there, because there are a lot of dipshits out there and you get bad eggs. And the least, I joked about this in Discord because we've had pretty good luck over the years by, not doing open recruitment, but we occasionally will have somebody who, for whatever reason, we've had a couple of times, I think maybe 3 times in the past 10 years, 4 times maybe, we've had some people who have had some issues. And those people get respectfully asked to leave because we don't want issues. As a general rule, we've been, very protective of that. But I joked about it because in June, I went up to help my brother move, and we had our fourth. It was like the 4th in 10 years. It was like we were due to have somebody, and the reason was because we had opened up an EverQuest 2 chapter to do the most recent TLE server. And I was not running that chapter. Kel was running that chapter. And we got some people invited into the guild server who were there for EverQuest 2, not for World of Warcraft. And they came up in the World of Warcraft channel and started bitching about how they hate Blizzard and everything else. And I had to immediately put a stop to that and was like, we're here to celebrate games, not bitch about companies. If you want to bitch about companies, you can go do that on Reddit. If you're going to play games in our community, you shut that shit up. You play games, you have fun. We celebrate fun. We don't get into the weeds of like, oh, Blizzard did this and that and the other, and I fucking hate what they did to my class, and they're the worst company ever. And it's like, And so we had to remove somebody. Actually, he removed himself, if I remember correctly, because we were having a discussion, and it was like, well, you can't talk like that. And he's like, well, then I don't want to be here. And it was like, bye. So we're protected because I joked with them. I was like, I don't get paid enough money to moderate, because I don't make any money sitting there moderating a Discord channel for people who can't keep their mouths shut and don't know how to separate fun from, real life. So we had a meeting in I don't remember when it was. But anyway, we decided not to do any more recruiting for the moment because we don't need it to complete the guild raids. So we've had our core tightly knit group. But there have been some discussions recently about, because there's 15, 20 people who have expressed interest. And we've got some some friends of friends have joined. Like we've done referrals and everything else. So if we have members in good standing who are like, hey, my uncle's cousin wants to join or something like that, you know, or my brother wants to join, my girlfriend's son, you know, we have those types of environments where that has cropped up from time to time, and those people are, I mean, they're being sponsored, so it's like, sure, you know, you keep an eye on them and we're good to go. The problem is that because I am a public figure, and I'm not a big streamer, I'm not. I'm a very small fish. Comparatively speaking, I am a very small fish. But because I do this for a living, it attracts a really scummy contingent of the internet, and sometimes people will sneak through the gaps, and just to be evil and malicious. And so I have to be extremely cautious about that, and I'm probably a little overly paranoid. But as an example, I think it's been over 2 years, I think. But our Discord, and this is before I started putting, I didn't have a paid Discord bot at the time, and I was relying on people's. We had good luck for like 8 years, never had any major issues in Discord, but my channel started growing. And we were getting a lot of people watching the streams and everything else, and we were playing, I think it was World of Warcraft Classic at the time, Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and at that point in time we were still doing open comms, so come join, voice chat, hang out with us as we're playing games, you know, potential recruits, everything else. And we had somebody who hit our Discord with really graphic homosexual corn images and big black, just magnificent, but also extremely graphic and not what people wanted to see. Magnificently muscled men, but yeah, that was not what people were in my Discord to see. and we got hit hard and heavy for like 4 days in a row, where every time I would go live, they would start hitting the Discord because they knew I was busy streaming, and so they would hit the Discord with spam, and then I would have to panic stop what I was doing to go like moderate the Discord. And then it got so bad we were doing a live stream one day, and somebody came in the voice chat and started shouting the N-word, and they shouted it 4 times before I was able to shut them down, and thankfully I didn't get in trouble with YouTube. And ever since then, I've been extremely. I don't let anybody on my voice comms unless they have been thoroughly vetted. And so, like, our guild Discord is behind so many layers. Like, we run everything through our Discord, and there's multiple layers of security. It's like, you've got to give us your I mean, we have to have. There are so many levels of security that you have to go through to even get into our guild Discord, because I can't run the risk that someone will fuck with my business because they're a troll. So that's one of the reasons I'm extremely protective of our gaming community, because not saying that, Nebula, like, you're one of those people. I'm just saying we're very protective because of that reason. But I know there are a lot of people who have asked, and I think when it comes time to do Dune Awakening, which will be next year, I think we will probably open up the floodgates and do a new round of people coming in, possibly later this year for World of Warcraft. I can't speak to that yet. We have it on the agenda to talk about after our first couple months of raiding. So I think around Christmas time, we're going to sit down and say, hey, do we want to open up recruitment for the new year? Because we don't need people to raid, but it would be nice for the people like yourself, Nebula, who are looking for a cool home and a casual place to hang out with good people. Like, all anybody has to do is watch our World of Warcraft videos, and you'll see we have a really great community. And those people, I've played games, like with Maduros, I've played games with him for like 7 years. Babylonia's like 5 or 6 years, I think, something like that. Kel has been 6 or 7 years. Hemvar and his brother go back to like 2014. So we have a pretty good group of people. So yeah. Blood type, social security number, you know the basics. Gatorade says, yeah, it's that level of scrutiny, because I can't imagine, and the only other option is to do like the Asmongold route, where you just don't care who's in your guild and you don't give a shit, and you just let the masses in and let them do what they're gonna do, and don't worry about it.
Certainly none of
and
these just lying about in an old
if
chest.
my name is associated with something, I won't. That's not my reality. The money doesn't mean enough to me. Like I'm not a, you know, I'm not that generation. Like I'm very comfortable where I am in life. I'm older. I have a pretty laid back. You know, I'm very I'm very intense when it comes to like my work and things of that nature. But I'm also like, we don't do hardcore raiding in World of Warcraft because I'm laid back and I'm too lazy to do it. Like I just want story mode. But when it comes to like the sanctity of my reputation and everything else, that for me is extremely important. And I don't want to have a community that is full of. I don't want it to be a cesspool, if that makes sense.
Yes, you may need to be resourceful. To the west, you will find.
Well, stick around,
the
Gatorade. We'll
ancient
have.
structure that
I don't know
houses the
when.
fort.
It's gonna be next year sometime. Was when they. I think they said at Gamescom.
Even
Was when
before my
Funcom said that Dune
So,
Awakening is gonna be
you
early.
may still
I think they said
find
spring of
materials scattered
2025.
throughout.
Or maybe they just said early 2025 for Dune Awakening, and it's only PC at first, and then it's going to be consoles as well. So whenever they
Mind
make
you,
that announcement that it's coming
tread
around the
lightly,
bend,
young one.
that's when we'll
Such
probably say, "Hey,
places belong to the
let's
past,
open up a chapter."
and the past has a habit of fighting back on this island.
And Bubbleonia mentioned this the other day. He said there's a rumor going around right now that Star Wars: The Republic is going to be coming to consoles. And I will say this, if Star Wars: The Republic does come to consoles, and they do a console port of Star Wars: The Republic, we will 100% be opening up a chapter of our guild for Star Wars: The Republic. Because I love that game. And I would happily play more of it. Dude, I know, Martin. That's how I feel too. And I do this for a living, and it's like, I need more hours in the day, man. Yeah, guys, I think, and it's just a rumor at this point, but Broadsword is doing really cool things with the Star Wars: Steel Republic, so it's a rumor. It's just a rumor. But if it turns out to be true, I would abandon all my other legacies, and I'd be like, I don't care. Let's go do it. It's fully voiced. They've got, like, how many? It came out in 11, so they got 13 years of expansions and raids and dungeons, and there's so much content. It's still happening, Martin. Aspire went through a buyout. I know that because of the buyout, Aspire or Aspire, whatever the name of their company is, because of the buyout, there was a hiccup in the development of the remake of KOTOR. There's an X. Is that like a weird B? Oh, I need to defeat a boss mob in here, apparently. Yeah, can you imagine, guys? Just, yeah. What did somebody say? Star Wars on the console. What did they say? Something about couch and lightsabers. I didn't catch the whole thing because I'm trying not to die to a boss mob here. Chronos says chilling on the couch with lightsabers. Dude, exactly. That, like, Star Wars: The Republic on console would be a dream. Like, and that would revitalize the game because it has so much content, and it still has, believe it or not, it still has. I haven't looked in a couple years, but the last time I looked, it still had like 150,000 paying subscribers, so it still has a pretty good population. Porting it to the console would be, I would think that could lead to at least 250,000 additional users. Somebody's name was Cat Dad. Oh, it totally is. Well, from one Lord of the Cat to the other. From one Cat Dad to the next. That's awesome. I didn't even see that.
I see you managed it after all. A fine crosspiece. Almost as fine as Forge Master Ezra once made. Did you have any trouble? Ezra? It stands to reason that he would remain at his forge even after the light left him. He never did let it go cold. I am sure he'd be pleased with your work.
Hang on. Dun, dun, dun. Hang on, I got to go over to the other PC real quick, guys, and take care of something here. Let's see here, we go to... Okay, that's done. Let's look here. Dun, dun, dun. Correct, Envy. That's the rumor mill. Controller support alone would possibly be enough to bring me back to playing that on a regular basis, because one of the reasons I don't play it actively is because I don't like playing mouse and keyboard only. The only reason I still do Lotro is because it was hot because of the new Legendary server, but honestly, I'll probably wrap up Lotro by the end of the year, and I'll be ready to... And if they've added controller support by that point in time, I'll probably have my Mondays. We'll probably get back into Star Wars: The Republic if they've added controller support. But I have a pretty good audience on my channel for the... I think one of my first, like, big videos was Star Wars: The Republic. I have quite a few that are up around 100,000 views with guides and stuff. It's been a very good game to me over the years. Alright, one more thing I have to do, guys. I'm just, this was something, it's a project that I'm doing, which I can't talk about, but I have to do some things really quick that I needed to do now. And then we'll get back to it. Where the hell is my Discord? There it is. Alright, I think I'm done there. Oh, lights are flickering, guys. If I lose electricity, it's because the power is going to go out here. We'll see. It went out yesterday when they were resetting the, they had to work on the water tower here. And whenever they have to do big work to the water pump, they flip the breaker for the whole town. Okay, I think I've done what I needed to do for this thingy here. And we can probably get back to playing now. The lights flickering is going to drive me nuts because I never know. It's like, are the lights going to go out? Are the lights going to go out? Are the lights going to go out? I think controller support alone for Star Wars: The Republic would be a breath of fresh air. But the thing is like, if they can prove that they can make the controller support work, then it's just a matter of investing some man hours to do a console
I
port.
met a traveler who spoke of corrupted coming down from the north. I suspect they are driven on.
Star Wars is a big enough IP, and Star Wars: The Republic is a good enough game that it still holds up well even to this day. Its art style is very Clone Wars. It's definitely like an animated art, you know, it's not realism, and some people have a disconnect with that, but I happen to like the art style, and I don't think it has aged poorly at all. I think it still looks great, especially now that they've got 4K scaling, so that I can actually play it on my 4K, my new 4K gaming laptop, whereas I can't with Lord of the Rings Online. I have to drop the quality down to 1920 by 1080 to even run the game because they don't do scaling.
No.
So,
other than maybe,
you know, I think the game already looks good enough, and Broadsword has already done a great job just this year adding new shaders, new lighting, new armor and dye packs. Like, they've gone and done a texture revamp of many things to update a lot of areas of the game to make it look even better. So I think that they've already shown that they're willing to. That's why the doom and gloom that came with that transition. Oh, broadsword's where games go to die, and it's like, that is not true at all, first and foremost. And secondly, I think they've proven themselves now after a year of being at the helm that they are more than willing to invest money in making the game better. And you don't do that if it's just going to be in maintenance mode, which I think was a lot of people's fear.
Must do this.
But it was literally EA going, we don't need BioWare distracted to this, we need BioWare focused on the next Dragon Age and the next Mass Effect. So let's push this off over to Broadsword and let them do what they're going to do. And you have people on the Broadsword team, including their big, I think the CEO was one of the people who launched Star Wars: The Republic back in the day. So he has a vested interest in bringing it back, you know, and turning it into potentially something that is, I mean, because right now, even with anything over 100,000 paying subscribers, it is the same Broadsword, correct, Sean? Anything beyond 100,000 paying subscribers, you're pretty much in the gold for anything you do, because you're going to be able to maintain a team of around 50 people that work on the project and still generate a profit, and that's not a bad thing. So they've done really good things with the game so far, ever since they took over it. I think it's been about a year since they took over.
Wood and metal can be broken, but an ideal endures. And even in small defeats, I step closer to my victory.
Victory schmictory, lady. I've got my Azoth staff. I'm almost there, Wolf Shield. Well, at least I'm almost to the point where I was in open beta. I honestly can't remember from my first playthrough because that was like 3 years ago. But from open beta, this was about as far as I got, was creating my Azoth staff. I got to level 25.
Back and look at you.
But I
Still as
did a lot of
fresh as
side
a
quests, and
newborn
I'm not doing side quests this time, so
Most aspiring
I
soul
think this is
warriors
as far as I got. I think I got to my Azoth staff during open beta, and then I was like, I'm level 25, that's all I want to do.
extra soul to spare. I have had time to give our predicament some thought. While we now possess an Azoth staff, it is but a beginning, and even armed with such an implement, we too are no bulwark against corruption. I think so. Go back to Oxborough. Shout from the rooftops. Bang pots and pans if you must. Rally their men and women at arms to meet the armies coming their way. You hold their only hope for salvation.
You know, the funny thing, Dribrob, keying off of what you just said, so my parents were always like, video games are the devil, and they rot your brains. And then I start doing them to make a living. I start doing game dev. I found a MMORPG studio. We raise a shitload of money. We launch an MMO. We go off and do other projects. I start doing it for a living on YouTube. And the funniest thing ever was my dad got... The sickness is not the funny part, so bear with me here. My dad got bit by a mosquito years ago, got West Nile, got encephalitis of the brain, horrible sickness, and a very long road to recovery. And a part of that road to recovery was he had some issues with mobility, with the synapses between his hands and his brain, and not being as, you know, as good as he was before with reflexes and stuff. And the doctor literally prescribed him a regimen of video games to improve his hand-eye coordination. So it was doctor-ordered video games, and he was livid that the doctor would even suggest such a thing. So yes, they can be good for you, but they can also be bad for you. There's pros and cons to all things. It's like, you know, a couple glasses of wine a night's a good thing. You start drinking a couple bottles of wine every night, you know. There was like some Wii games, I think, at the time that the doctor had prescribed because it was, you know, motion related. It was like some sports stuff. I don't remember. Been a long time ago. I've talked about this maybe a couple weeks ago, but when I was up in June, I went and visited my parents, and they were struggle busing hard with what I do for a living. My dad just, I think my mom is just doesn't. She's like whatever. But my dad really wants to understand, but he just can't. Like, because he's so stuck in this idea. Like, I remember when we were selling pre-orders. Anytime I've sold, like, selling pre-orders to a video game, right? They're digital pre-orders. And his mind cannot get past the fact that it's not a physical object that he can't hold in his hands. So he's like, there's no value in it. He's like, it's not physical. There's no value. I don't understand. He just can't get past the fact that it's not a physical item that he can touch and feel, and therefore, if it's not physical, for him, it doesn't have any value. And so the digital thing for him has never been easy, just because he can't wrap his head around it. But his big thing with me is that he cannot fathom why I would prefer to sit and play video games for 14 hours a day or what. I don't play for 14 hours a day, but I do work like 14 hours a day. He can't fathom why I sit here playing video games and sitting here for 14 hours a day making what to him is pennies in comparison, because he has a big, you know, multi-million-dollar ranch and made hundreds of millions with his construction company and over the years, and his dairy farm and his cattle ranch and all the things he's ever done. You know, my dad is a very monetarily focused individual, and everything is about money. And so for him, if there's not millions of dollars associated with it, it's why is there no, you know, what's the point in it? And I'm like, because I can sit here and like drink wine, smoke weed, sit in my boxers, and I get to play video games. Like, what more do I need or want in life as long as my basic needs are met? It's like, he just can't, and it just doesn't compute. It's like, does not compute. But you could be making millions if you just invested in real estate and did this over here and restarted your construction company and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't fucking want to work construction anymore. I haven't done that for forever. I don't want to. Hell no, I don't want to. Are we getting another tavern song?
Someone in this
No.
foppish little city I can have a decent conversation with.
Well, we are back with
Come on
Grace.
over. Gab a minute with your friend Grace. I've been poking around town, collecting
Java says it's a
gossip
new
from
treatment
all
plan
these
to me.
fine lords and ladies. I might stay a while.
Jirbum, Malduk
There's
says,
a lot of coin
Jirbum, where's the
changing
article? I
hands
need to show it to my
around
wife.
Let me tell you.
Nebula says you had me drink wine.
This
Yeah.
town is much older than it looks. Believe it or not, it was the bleeding Roman legions that first made it into a proper village. But it soon became a trading hub for all sorts. The crossroads of Aeternum. And so it was. People coming from all over to buy and sell, and the gold in the town's coffers piled up. The trade barons ran the place for profit. No kings, no queens, and no messing. Each of the town's factions had its own enforcers. And for a while, that seemed to work.
Speaking of wine, I think we're out.
But it
I'm gonna
was
have to check.
only a matter of time until vice and greed turned to
I think
violence.
the bottle we just had
Fighting
for our
broke out in the
anniversary was the
streets,
last of my
and the
stock.
whole town burned
Yeah,
down.
all I've got left in here is coffee.
But coin
Time for a
has
wine
way
run
of
soon.
fixing things fast.
And I think we're almost
Out
out
of
of
the
rum
ashes,
too. I had a
the
glass
town
last
of
night. And it was,
Oxborough
I
came
told
to
Chris, I
life.
was like, who drank all
The
this
trade
bottle?
barons built it back,
It's just like you over
bigger,
the last 2
stronger,
weeks.
and more
I was like,
profitable
that's
than
right.
ever. And word is it's been
Gotta hide
smooth
it from me,
sailing
otherwise I
ever
will have a
since.
nightly drink.
Even when the corruption spread across the land centuries ago, Oxborough was still sitting pretty. These days, coins flowing like never before.
Hey, yeah,
The
Foster,
trade
like,
barons hoard their
so
wealth from the shadows.
back when I was first
It
getting
may
going as
be
a
tricky,
writer,
but there's a fortune to be made here.
so
And
this would
Grace
probably be
O'Malley
back in
won't
like
be
2009,
leaving
2008,
until she
2009.
gets her share.
I had a client. It was one of my first big paid writing gigs. I think they were called MMO Hub. It was a Danish company, maybe. I think it was called MMO Hub, and they hired me to do a bunch of articles on gaming. And I did a series where we interviewed and went and talked to and did some stories with some university professors, and a lot of the research being done at that time was into the social aspects of MMORPGs, because we were still coming off the tail end of the whole MMOs are bad for you, kids are committing suicide because they lost their gear in World of Warcraft, or their EverQuest account got hacked, or they abandoned college because they got sucked into this world. And it's like, those people already had issues in the first place. Those are the same people who become alcoholics, the same people who become gambling addicts, the same people who become drug addicts. It's not about the medium that they are abusing, it's about the fact that they have a psychological issue which causes them to become addicted to some sort of substance. The The rest of society can drink beer and not become alcoholics. The rest of society can smoke a little grass and not have it be an issue. But there are some people who have a dependency chemical issue in their brain, which causes them to, they have a switch that's not being flipped, and that causes that addiction. And so we did a lot of articles on the social aspects of MMOs and the positivity side of things to counter the negativity. The other interesting thing was there was a lot to be said for people who learn management skills by successfully managing online communities or guilds in games, because it is, you have an HR department, you have, well, if it's a big enough guild and if it's done right, you know, there's the HR department who handles all the complaints and deals with interpersonal issues between guild members. There's the scheduling stuff that happens. There's the management of those schedules. There's the creation of said schedules. There's the determination of what is our objective for the season going to be. Are we going after these raids or these things or etc.? Is there, you know, all that stuff comes together in terms of there's a ton of managerial expertise to be had from playing in a high-level MMORPG environment where you are actively engaged in guild concepts. Is the MSQ the same as original? Not really. There are portions of it that are the same, Malduk, but it's all new cutscenes and cinematics. None of the stuff I've seen was there when I played the game in 2021, other than the old man telling me he's Soul Warden. But all the cutscenes and everything else have been completely brand new. Publius says, wait, are you telling me Suicide Solution was a song about one man struck with a bottle and not a ritual spell to hypnotize his own fans so they would drink themselves to death? Preposterous. Oh, my parents, hook, line, and sinker, bought into the Satanic Panic. And a little late, too, because I can remember when I was... There's a group in the United States called Focus on the Family. It's out of Colorado, run by a person called James Dobson. And they are full on a cult. They are a cult. It is a full-on religious cult. And my parents were hook, line, and sinker in that cult when they were growing up and raising myself and my brother and my sister. Not the younger brother that I work with, but my other brother who's no longer with us. And I remember when I was single digits, maybe 10, 11 possibly. There used to be a radio show that group produced called Adventures in Odyssey, which actually was quite good. It was a radio drama for kids, but it was about this old man who owned like a soda, like a what do you call it? Like a little restaurant, like a hangout club for kids, and like you come after school and have some soda pop and hang out. And he had this like time traveling machine that could send the kids out to have adventures, and each adventure would be like a half-hour radio show, and they would go do something, and there would be like a moral of the story, and you know, it was a way of like teaching kids how to be good kids for the most part. However, I remember having a disconnect with that show when they did the D&D episode, because I had been playing video games for a while at that point, and I had played some D&D video games. And they had a video, they had an episode where it was all about how Dungeons and Dragons was evil, and that the kids who played it summoned demons. And so in that episode, it was all about these kids go off on like a camping trip or something, and like these other kids want to play D&D while they're camping, and like this turns into some sort of satanic ritual, and then that's why Dungeons and Dragons is bad, and like the parents have to come save the kids from the demons. And like I was like, that is so not true. And I remember my dad trying to give me a lecture after that, and I was like, dude, you like to go watch the dudes who cosplay Civil War reenactments. They're literally dressing up in costumes and pretending. All I'm doing is like rolling dice and making stuff up with my imagination. Like, those guys are cosplaying. Like, if we're going to talk about people who are taking imagination too far, let's talk about the dudes who dress up in 200-year-old costumes and like pretend to shoot each other. Like, oh, that's not the same thing. Rah, 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 Shortly after that, I had been, unbeknownst to my parents, I had been, this is years later, I had been collecting comic books and D&D video games, and I had been hiding the boxes and the comics underneath my bed. And I went to school. I was 15 at the time, so I carpooled. We carpooled with kids. I came home from school one day, and my mom had a burn pile going in the backyard, and she was chucking shit out of my bedroom window. All of my comics, all of my books, everything she could find. She had gone snooping around in my room and had found these Dungeons and Dragons boxes underneath my bed. And my dad kicked me out of the house because I was bringing Satan into the home with Dungeons and Dragons. That's how deep my parents were in the whole satanic panic thing because of Dungeons and Dragons. Some people, and this is why, I do still have a relationship with my parents. It was a long time to get over the issues that we had. But at the end of the day, your parents are your parents, and I went no contact for a lot of years, and I still don't have a lot of contact with them because of those issues. But this goes back to, there needs to be a realization that video games bring a lot of good into the world, and not bad. The people who bring the bad into it already have issues. So anybody who might have done something stupid because of Dungeons and Dragons, or because of heavy metal music, or because of comic books, or because of whatever, they already had something wrong up here, or they had a bad childhood or some sort of trauma that was provoking that sort of thing. Anyway, sorry about the TED Talk, guys. That's a passionate subject for me.
What about you? I see that fancy new staff you're toting around.
Of having to hide your D&D modules. Right, Wolf Shield, your brother and you had to hide your D&D modules otherwise they were getting burnt. Yep. Java says, bringing up my childhood here.
I thought enough red-eyed rotters on the beach. If you get in a jam, I've got
Java
your
says
back,
we couldn't have
but
dice
I'm
or
not
playing
enlisting
cards in our
that
house.
crusade.
Yeah, my mom actually.
These fine folks seem to think they haven't a
I
problem
told
in
this
the
story a
world
while
without
back.
a shortage of herbs.
So my brother, who I
try
mention
the
a lot right now,
constable.
he's 13 years younger than me. The brother I've worked on with game dev stuff, the one who has the big cattle ranch. He didn't believe me that this existed, but my grandmother, who's passed on a couple years ago, she used to VHS record every holiday event, Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything. And she, when we got our Nintendo, she got us a Nintendo in like 87, 88. And she had it all on tape, and my brother didn't believe me until he saw the tape. Like, Grandma gave him this box of tapes, and he went through and watched them, and it was like 20 years of Christmases. And it was the Christmas that my grandma got us a Nintendo Entertainment System, and my dad, in front of the whole family gathering, lambasted my grandmother. How dare you buy this machine? I told you not to. This blah, 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 blah. And so when we got home, the Nintendo, we did get to hook it up, but the controllers got disconnected, and put in the gun safe. And we were only allowed to play Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, and then my mom went out and bought a bunch of those Bible Nintendo games that you could get. But we only could play on like Saturday mornings and Sunday mornings after chores, after church, and only for like an hour at a time. You could never beat a game because you couldn't beat a game in an hour of time playing once an hour. So that's one of the reasons why I became so passionate about video games as an adult, was like when I finally got out on my own and was like, shit, video games are awesome. Y'all tried to keep me from them my whole life, and now it totally...
Roman legionnaire, and you didn't hear from me.
It
but
drives
I
my
hear her
parents
husband's
nuts
gone missing. She might listen.
that I make a living on video games and have for like more than a decade now. But nothing was sweeter than having my the doctor tell my dad he needed to play video games for his hand-eye coordination. That's still sweet, sweet, sweet irony. And here's the thing, too, guys. It may sound, traumatic and everything else, but I will say that as an adult, I can tell you that I don't hold any ill will towards my parents. They were 17 and 16 when they got pregnant with me, and they never grew up. And it's just one of those things where I accept that their failures as parents were because they just never learned. No one ever taught them how to be good parents. Their parents were shitty to them. Their grandparents were shitty to their parents, and that's like a generational curse thing that got handed down. You know, I don't have children of my own, but I do try to live vicariously through my nieces and nephews and teach them things that hopefully will make them better people. Nick says, if I didn't have a long list of games to play, I probably wouldn't be here anymore. Being disabled and alone sucks, so they have saved me. It's legit, man. They actually do bring value to people. There are people who have legitimate social issues or legitimate disability issues, and video games are the light in the dark
my
for those
busy
people.
Friend. The signs are
For
good
sure.
today. I feel quite certain today's the day Centurion Mesha will finally return home.
Well, thankfully your parents did not get hooked up on that nonsense, Sean. Java says, my mom was very weary of games at the beginning too. We only got one because my Norwegian
He's
friend from
battled
school
the
was going
demon
back to Norway
hordes
and gave
more
one to me.
times across the
Nice.
centuries than I can count. Besides, I would have seen the signs.
Some people are born evil,
I've
says
heard the
Nuno.
reports,
Oh
of
yeah.
course. Corrupted in some isolated spots in North Everfall. But they're not
Babylonia.
massing for an attack. All the signs are
If you
good.
can't imagine when you're thinking about Jesus, you don't need demonetization. Well, here's the other thing too, Akko Antu. I don't have a psychology degree. I never went to college. I never finished high school. This is just life wisdom. Like, I don't think you have to have a psychology degree to just have common sense. You know? There's a whole
Now you sound like
rabbit
my
hole we could
husband,
go down.
Always skeptical. He'll return soon.
In terms
For
of,
now, try Captain Dubois. Perhaps he can spare some soldiers for you.
you know, psychology with people who believe things for the wrong reasons. But it's, you know, it is what it is. I have a very interesting relationship with my wife because obviously we're married. We have a great relationship. We just had our 11th anniversary a few days ago. She is religious. I'm not. I grew up religious, fell out of it. Very much I don't want to say it, you maybe atheist / agnostic. Like, I don't know enough to say that there's definitively nothing, but I can say that I don't believe in organized religion, nor do I believe that whole shtick. And she'll call me out if I make obnoxious jokes about religion, which is fair, because she goes to church on Sundays and,
I trust your meeting
you know,
with the constable
she likes to
was
read
mutually
and
beneficial?
investigate, but
Was there
she's
anything
also
I
very
could offer you
open-minded
to
about a lot of
support
things
your
and doesn't agree with a lot of things that her church tries to talk to her about, because she goes to her family has gone to like the Jehovah's Witness side of things,
Oh,
and they have
well,
some different
I've
beliefs,
heard the
as do all
reports,
different
and I
religions.
salute your
But she
courage
does not
in
agree with
battling
most,
the
like
Crimson
I would say, with
Menace.
many of the things that they
That
teach.
staff appears to be a formidable weapon.
And it's a weird thing because you can have a great relationship with someone, even if they're on the other side of the fence from you, whether it be religion or politics or whatever. I mean, I always point to us as like the perfect example of,
Unfortunately, I cannot send soldiers to
we're fine.
join you on
you know?
your mission.
My brother and I are on
Every
complete
available
polar opposite
guardsman
ends of the
is
political
deployed
spectrum,
now
and
in
we have
an
a
effort
great
to
working
combat the
relationship. We
current
get along great.
crisis.
You know, but then there's some people who can't separate politics and religion from being your friend.
Why, you haven't heard?
And once they cross that
There's
line
a
where it's like,
devastating shortage of herbs.
I think that's why
Many
as you
of
get
our
older, your
wealthier
circle of friends
citizens
becomes
depend on
smaller and
such
smaller
herbs
and
for
smaller
happiness
because you start
and
having
health.
less tolerance for
The
people who are
herbalist
stupid.
who normally caters to our city is named Owl, but he hasn't made an appearance in months. We've sent search parties.
Envy says, Greta, my mom said same thing. She didn't approve of me playing games all the time, but over time she came around because I wasn't in the streets. I was home playing. Yeah, that's a legit thing. Like, I know it's a meme for a lot of social media stuff, but you'll see the meme of like the angry girlfriend because her boyfriend's a gamer and he's not paying attention to me. And I'm like, bitch, he's home. Bitch, he's in your house. He ain't out clubbing. He ain't out tracking for hoes. Like he's playing Madden or like Call of Duty or something with his buddies and trash talking little 10-year-olds. Like, he's there. Give him his space. Like, but the memes are funny because it's like, you know, girlfriend unplugs the PlayStation. You never pay attention to me, and it's like, bitch, I'm here.
For Oxborough, it is a crisis of the highest order. So by all means, your campaign gets my full moral support. But do look out for how. Good luck!
Chrono says my tolerance has gotten older, is much smaller than it used to be as well. Oh yeah. Cheers to video games. Indeed, Daniel Foster. Melania says, I had an uncle from Durango who was a fire and brimstone Baptist preacher from age 49 and a wild R&R piano player before that. He was complicated, fun, and often terrifying on the same day. Dude, that sounds like all of those things for sure. I don't need a warhammer. Don't need a fire staff. That is a new rapier. I'll take that. Is that my first ring? I think that's my first ever ring, guys. Very cool. Dude, I need to stash some stuff. I forgot I was carrying around all the... oh, I need to equip this too. Now I can go do dungeons. Actually, I think I have to be 25 before I can do the dungeon. Oh, I am 25. I'm 26. Y'all, we should go do a dungeon. What's up, Frodo? Come here. What are you crying about, buddy? I think that means I can access the battle pass too now, guys. Let me go check it out. Season 6, Season of Opportunity. Carve your destiny through the depths of Aeternum to uncover seasonal armor and weapon skins, transmog tokens. Here's where you earn your transmog tokens. Perfect. Other treasures long lost to the outside world. Now, is there a free pass versus... Hang on, we just unlocked something. Alright, so there's a free track and a premium track. Perfect. So this is where I can start earning transmog tokens and stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's an instrument at the end of this. A marine mandolin. So I just did my first tier of the season pass. I'm going to get a gypsum orb, premium food chest, and a box of warding. I have an activity card. Oh, so there's... Oh, so you can complete the card, and you get 50 seasonal XP. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Hang on, do I have to manually click on things? How does that work? Select any highlighted square to stamp the card. Oh, so anything I've completed, essentially I can stamp it. Okay, and I could choose to finish it now if I wanted to, or I could try to fill it out. Not quite I don't think I quite... do I want a new card? Sure, why not? Because I don't care enough about it to do it. So now I guess there's the journey. So we have challenges. A lot of this stuff is tied to PvP, so if you're going to do this, there is PvP stuff in here, but it's not all PvP. Because the activity card is a whole bunch of PvE stuff. Oh, I have a whole bunch of points. God, I'm reading chat right now about the GTA stuff. Yeah, I won't do any of the PvP stuff. The seasonal track for me is literally just going to be, if I complete things that are part of that track, cool. Otherwise, I probably will never look at that seasonal track ever again. It'll be like, it prompts me, like, you've completed 50 of these, go claim your reward. That'll be the only time I open up that window and be like... Alright, I think this is as far as I got during the open beta. Oh my goodness. Alright. Alright guys, I need to go do some World of Warcraft, so here's what's going to happen. If you want to stick around for that, I'm going to be shutting this stream down, moving over to World of Warcraft, and here in the next 20 minutes or so, I'll have a new stream up on both YouTube and Twitch for World of Warcraft. We're going to wind down the rest of the afternoon playing some WoW. I will be back tomorrow morning for an unadulterated New World stream. We'll be playing from around 9 a.m. in the morning all the way through to the afternoon without interruptions tomorrow. So if you want to come hang out while I play WoW, I need time to go to the bio. I'm gonna push a video live on YouTube and do some other stuff, take a quick break, get some food in me, and then back with World of Warcraft here in a couple of hours. Thursday and Friday are both unadulterated New World days, Wolf Shield, so all day Thursday, all day Friday, it's just going to be New World. That's it. But Wednesday is my pre-scheduled World of Warcraft stuff, so I need to go claim my stuff from the vault and run some quests, make an appearance, all those good things. So for anybody who wants to hang out, just stick around. I'll have a link up on social, Discord, all those things. I'm also going to push a video live here in about 5 minutes over on YouTube for New World. It's from the beginning of the stream, so if you weren't here for that little discussion/rant, stay tuned for that, because I'm going to go cut that out of this, get it up, get a thumbnail for it. It might actually be more like 15 minutes, but that's going to go live on YouTube here in a few minutes. So for everybody who's watching over on Twitch right now, stay tuned. Make sure you're over on YouTube, because there will be a video going out soon. And then you guys gave me a whole list of things to talk about today. We got to make a... here's a few videos we have to do. 1, we need to talk about New World Aeternum. That one's going to happen. And these are going to be trolly, clickbaity videos, guys, where we're going to make it all sound like we're going to be doom and gloom. And then we're going to hit them with the old... And then 10 seconds into the video, it's all positivity and how much fun we're having. Oh, we're going to do it. We need to talk about New World. The Amazon Games situation. The PS5 can't handle new games. The New World Aeternum launch is a failure. And the monetization discussion. That'll be a fun one too. We're going to take him to church. The Church of Gaming. All right, see you guys.